Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was leader of Shinobi forces in DXD world. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Konoha. Tsunade Senju, the Godime Hokage of Konoha Sig, head loudly when she finished the huge stack of paperwork her assistant, Shizune, and also the one closest to her after her lover Dan, had passed away. A year had passed since the Fourth Great Shinobi War, and there were no sight of her favorite blonde, Naruto Uzumaki, the one she thought to be her own child. Tsunade stood up and looked out of the village. Thing hadn't changed much since Naruto disappeared. All the shinobi and kunoichi around the elemental nation looked up at Naruto as their savior, their hero. A year ago, after they have finished sealing Kagaya, the mother of Sage of the Sixth Path, together with his friend Sasuke, Naruto had been pulled into some kind of glowing silver circle in front of his team after the eternal Tsukuyomi had been deactivated. That was what Kakashi Hatake, Naruto's teacher, told everyone. They didn't believe it at first, because of Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, the so-called teammates and best friends of Naruto. Tsunade blood boiled when she remembered what Sasuke told her about Naruto. He said that Naruto had been sealed Kagaya into himself, so Naruto could have unlimited power and control the eternal Tsukuyomi by himself, and he have to kill the blonde to protect the shinobi world. Sakura, her disciples in medical ninjutsu and the one she thought have surpassed her, had turned her back to everyone and followed Sasuke like a lost puppy seeking for attention from its master. Shame to them, Ino had used her jutsu and looked into both of their minds and found out the truth about Naruto's disappearance. No one believed the two of them since that day, except for the so-called civilian council, the only group in Konoha that always hold grudges toward her favorite blonde. When villages all around the elemental nation had opened a massive mission call, the hero, to find Naruto. Their hero, which each village happily participation and led by Kakashi, the civilian council together with Sasuke and Sakura, had cooperated together to stop any attempted to find Naruto, and must focus in helping Sasuke rebuilding his clan by finding the most beautiful and strongest kunoichis in the elemental nation. Sasuke had tried to use his Sharingan to force his way to the girl. At least that's what he tried to do. But his Sharingan, his pride, had disappeared from Sasuke when he tried to use it on the Godime Mizukage. No one knew what happened, but Sasuke didn't have the Sharingan anymore, and that was the best news for all the girls in Elemental Nation. But the bad news is, they couldn't find Naruto anywhere. It was like he had disappeared from this world and couldn't be found anywhere. Tsunade gripped her fist tightly. She hoped Sakura was here so she could beat the daylight out of her just like last time, to release some frustration. But she gasped loudly when Tsunade found herself being engulfed in a blinding red light. "Tsunade-sama!" Shizune screamed out, but suddenly she found herself being engulfed in the same red light just like the Godime Hokage. All around the elemental nation, the same red light began to appear and covered a few ninja from each village. And then, when the light disappeared, the shinobi and kunoichi had disappeared. "Tsunade-sama! Tsunade-sama, please wake up!" A familiar voice called out to her. Tsunade slowly opened her eyes and saw the Mizukage's smiling face in front of her. The current Kage of Konoha stood up and saw the other Kage was standing next to her with a relief smile on their face. She stood up and looked around the place they were in. The place around her looked like the stadium of Konoha, but 10 times bigger and had a lot of chairs around a table. Tsunade looked around to see a lot of familiar faces have the same curious look like her. She could see the Konkuro and Tamari chatting with each other near them. The familiar guards of Maid Terumi also was standing near their Mizukage and talking with each other. Killer Bee, who was standing with his students and of course rapping about the awesomeness of this place. Tsunade also saw her assistant Shizune talking with Naruto's favorite teacher Iruka. She also saw Junin like Anko, Ibiki or Kurenai was standing with each other. All the clan head was also present, even a few citizen was here, especially 2 of Naruto's favorite person, Tsuki and Ayame. Tsunade looked around and saw Sasuke Uchiha standing with Sakura behind him with his usual face. The 2 ninjas were completely separated from everyone, mainly because no one wanted to talk or see the 2 near them. Kakashi was chatting with a Junin from Kumo, but she didn't remember his name. She could also see, all the Rookie 9 of Konoha was standing around this place. And of course, Guy was shouting everything about youth alongside with his student Rock Lee. While Tenten and Neji were looking at them in disappointed. Wait, Neji. Tsunade gasped and looked around her and saw the 4 previous Hokages and, her eyes beginning to water when she saw Jiraiya and Kushina talking happily with each other. Well, except for her grand uncle Tobirama was scowling about his brother childishness. Minato was introducing his wife to the first and second Hokage with a happy expression on his face. After everyone had introduced each other to everyone, with the only exception of Jiraiya who happened to receive a hard punch from Tsunade and lost conscious for 30 minutes. But after he woke up he received another punch from Tsunade, and lost conscious again. The Hokages also introduced themselves to the 2 emos of Konoha while Kushina looked at them in disgusted after she heard what happened to her son. The ones had participant in the 4th Great Shinobi War spent some more time to tell the lost one like Kushina and Neji about what happened in the war. And especially Naruto's life for Kushina. To say the Uzumaki girl really proud of her son was an understatement. But she also hated the village for treating her son like a monster at first, but thanked them for helping her son in the world, especially the Rookie 9. Kushina and Minato got really worried when they heard about Naruto's disappearance a year ago. Well, the introduced was over, but I am wondering, does anyone of you know where we are? Minato asked and looked around the stadium. I thought this place was familiar, but it's totally different than anything I have seen. He took out his tri-prongs kunai, and even I can't use Hiraishin here. Something wasn't right about this place. The other nodded their head. Some of them had tried to use ninjutsu here, but found they couldn't do anything. The only exception was taijutsu, dojutsu and Tsunade's superhuman strength. Minato-kun, Kushina looked at her husband. If everyone are here, then where Naruto? I thought if someone transported us here, then they must also transport Sochi here. She said in worry. Kakashi had told her about Naruto's condition right now, and it worried her a lot. She always wanted to get to know her son, and the opportunities like this were the perfect chance for Kushina. She knew that Naruto probably knew her and Minato considered that her husband had sealed a part of their chakra inside Naruto to help him controlled Kyuubi if he need to come. But she really wanted to meet her Naruto. We have searched everywhere, Neji said. We have used our Byakugan. He looked to Hiashi and Hinata, which the later girl had a very worried expression on her face. But we couldn't find Naruto anywhere. I guess he's not here. Kushina nodded her head sadly. Minato looked at his wife and smiled sadly. He opened his arms and hugged her tightly when her eyes began to water. He had came to know Naruto for a short period of time during their battle in the Shinobi War, and wanted his wife to see him how much he had matured and the person he had became. Minato felt a hand being put onto his shoulder and looked back to see his teacher, Jiraiya, looking at him with a serious look on his face. Don't worry, Minato, Kushina. I'm sure Naruto was doing fine now, Jiraiya said, which earned a cheer from everyone, and a scowl from Sasuke while Sakura was looking at him and thought how cool the emo is. Whoever send us here, and have enough power to actually help the dead ones returned, then they really want us to know something, and I hoped it's about Naruto. You're right, Jiraiya-san. A soft, feminine voice rang out through the stadium, making everyone look around to search for the girl, but couldn't find anyone. A soft red glow appeared above the table, and when it disappeared, a small book fell down to the table in a thud. Hashirama, who was currently the nearest one to the table, picked it up and showed everyone the book. There was some kind of strange symbol on the book's cover which was crimson in color. But then, everyone gasped when they saw the words on the cover. Naruto DXD Purpose of Living. Naruto DXD Purpose of Living. Shikamaru read the name out loud. Don't tell me this book is about Naruto. He said that, but his mind was telling him exactly that the book actually about Naruto. His father also thought the same thing about the book. You want to know about the reason why Naruto's disappearance, right? The girl said again, this time with a giggle. Then this book could tell you about what Naruto doing after being pulled into another dimension. Everyone gasped in shock, but found it kind of easy to believe because Kagaya, mother of the sage of the sixth path, also came from another world after all. This is the story of Naruto in this world, so take turn to read it. And don't worry about time. I had perfectly control it here. The girl said finally and turned white. Everyone looked at the book, all of them, except for the two, really wanted to know what Naruto was doing. So, I guess I will start first reading it to everyone first. Hashirama smiled and opened the book. Go ahead, brother. Tobirama nodded his head alongside with everyone, he too LSO curious about his brother counterpart, to see what the boy was doing. I wonder what the word DXD mean. Lee shouted out. It sounds so youthful together with Naruto-kun's name. That right, Lee. Guy used his trademark grin and gave Lee a thumbs up. Now, if you two behave, I will start now. The first Hokage said with a smirk, seeing the two teacher and student like that really reminded him of his younger life. He looked at the book and began to read. Naruto DXD, Purpose of Living Chapter 1. Underworld, Unknown Location. A man with a handsome face and silver hair looked at the scene before him and smirked in excitement. The battle he saw was fantastic. It made the Great War between the three factions nearly 200 years ago look like a battle between kids. I really don't like the sound of that, Kakashi said. This silver hair man have been watching the Shinobi War without us noticing, then he must be came from another world. Watching a war with excitement mean he wasn't a good person, not only that. Also everybody was wondering what was this great war in three factions. This guy really sounded like a warlord. The third Hokage said, please continue Hashirama-sama. These, Shinobi, Kunoichi and samurais, their power was exceptional, he wished he could have them at his command, they would be an unstoppable army in the war he was going to start with all the factions. Now everyone was getting worried, this guy was definitely a warlord. But what is this factions he was talking about? Iruka asked. They really sound like a force, weren't they? The black-haired boy caught his attention, as his powers were based on the name of the Eastern gods. Amaterasu. That flame was far greater than the strongest power of destruction of the Bale clan, a never-ending flame that could burn anything to nothing. Not to mention that the power of Susanoo was so great and powerful that it could even defeat the strongest Dragon King, Tamnon. It's too bad that the boy had returned to the light and chose to protect the world instead. What a shame. Everyone turned their head to Sasuke, who was smirking proudly with Sakura was screamed out for everyone how cool was her Sasuke to anyone that was sitting near her. Forget about them. Kiba scowled, getting a bark from Akamaru and a laugh from everyone. But did I just hear some kind of power of destruction and Dragon King? What is this world anyway? Look exactly like a fairy tale story. Everyone nodded their head, while Shikamaru's and his father's mind was working at full force. However, the person caught his attention the most was the blonde-haired boy. Oh no, Naruto. Kushina shuddered when she heard about the blonde-haired boy. He knew about our son. She had really hoped that he wouldn't keep his eyes on her Naruto. Nothing about this man was good, everything was screaming that he was evil. Don't worry, Kushi-chan. Minato rubbed her hand. Everything going to be alright. Everyone nodded. The first Hokage looked at the screen between his successor and his wife with a warm smile. The bond and love between them were really strong. It's so unfortunate that they couldn't get to raise their son, Naruto. He also really don't like the sound of this. True to his student's words, this silver-haired man sound like a true warlord, and the blonde had caught his interest. Wanting to know more, he looked back at the book and read. That boy, there was something about him that he couldn't understand. How could someone who lived in a village with so much hatred towards him since he was a small Hild could still care about those filthy humans? He should have killed off all those humans or at the very least turned his back on them. The thing that amazed the silver-haired man the most was the boy's belief in his promises. He never broke a promise no matter what happened. Yeah, definitely Naruto-kun, he's so youthful. Lee screamed out with fire in his eyes. Everybody chuckled quietly. This silver-haired man really crazy. Someone like him will be a fine addition to his army. Not to mention the power he housed. He had known about Yasaka, the leader of the Ukai faction and the Stranges. Kyuubi at the moment with the strength that could rival a Dragon King. Wait the minute. Sasuke cut them off. Are you telling me that this world also have a real Kyuubi, not a mass of chakra? The thought of another Kyuubi really terrified him. He knew what Naruto could do with a half of Kyuubi's chakra, and it already outmatched him, and it even have a name. Sasuke. Kakashi corrected him in a firm tone. Yasaka sound like a woman's name. Who care about that? Anyway, Kakashi turned back to the group, completely ignored his two students. He really don't know what happened to them. He had thought Sasuke had changed when he returned to the team. He really a failure at a teacher. The only student that he cared about now is Naruto. Maybe these Uchiha is one of the faction he was talking about. Yeah, but what is Uchiha anyway? Kiba asked. Only time would tell, Kiba. Kurenai said to her student and nodded to the Hokage to continue. But the power of Kurama, the Kyuubi that I sealed inside the boy could make Yasaka ran off with her tails between her legs. When the blonde-haired shinobi took the fox's power, this war became far more exciting for the silver-haired man. As if that wasn't enough, the blonde boy could also use senjutsu, a power that only Uchiha in his dimension could use, yet they always turned crazy due to the power behind it being so overwhelming. Yet his human boy had somehow mastered senjutsu and could completely control himself. Even the oldest of Uchiha couldn't control all that natural energy like him without being turned into a psycho. So T's world also have the ability to control the natural energy just like us. Jiraiya said. His head and stomach still felt really sore by Tsunade's punchage didn't forgive him for dying that day, but okay, like they couldn't control it perfectly, so instead of being turned into stone, these Uchiha turned into a psycho. That's it. If he could bring the boy to his world and make the boy be completely under his command, then he would win this war easily. Smirking, the silver-haired man decided to go to his library. If he remembered correctly, there was a spell that could enable transport through dimensions. So that's why Naruto disappeared. Tsunade cursed out. She had hoped Naruto didn't fall into the hand of this evil. He could use Naruto and force him into his evil intention. They're nothing good about him. Tobirama nodded his head, but Naruto also really strong in his own, probably the strongest of us. He wouldn't let this man control him without a proper fight. Who knows maybe he could got out Yano be wrapped, making everyone smile. He also have Mr. 1 to 9 with him, he will be fine Yeah, with 9 Biju inside his body, they will help him. Minato nodded his head at his former enemy. The former Jinchuriki of Hachibi sure know how to lighten the mood for everyone. Please continue, Hashirama-sama. A few days later, finally, I'm getting sick of this man's mind. Ino swung her side to side. She hoped with this time skip, they didn't need him to be ranting about his evil mind anymore. Rias-sama, please, you have to slow down. No way. Enku. Rias sound like a playful person, isn't it? A cheerful voice shouted out. A few citizens of the capital of the underworld. Wait a minute, underworld. Onoki said out in shock, while everyone was having their eyes wide open. Maybe it's just a name of the village, or a nation. Hashirama said. Everyone looked at him and nodded. That was a satisfactory explanation. There were no way that this underworld location was the real hell. Poked their head out of the windows and saw a giant creature at a height of about 2 meters, a body resembling that of a horse or deer, with red scales instead of fur. His face resembled that of a red Asian dragon. A green light appeared above the book and showed everyone what Enku looked like. All the shinobi and kunoichi gasped loudly at the size and appearance of the creature. It was truly incredible that they could see in their lives. Akamaru was barking loudly at the possible threat in front of him. Wow, in all my life I had never seen a creature like this. Minato said, amazed at Enku's appearance. And he was chasing after a cute girl, around 11 or 12 years old with crimson hair and green-blue eyes, who was cheering loudly while sliding through the streets with her roller skates. Enku's image disappeared and quickly being replaced by the crimson-haired girl. All the men in the room dropped their mouth in shock at the girl's figure. There was no way that this girl could be so beautiful at such a young age, and a figure that could make all the young kunoichi genin drool in jealousy, even though she was only 12 years old. The black-hair Uchiha was currently drooling at her body, until B got too annoyed at his face and decided to slam Samahata onto his head, knocked him out together with Sakura, who annoyed B because she was screaming about killing her beloved Kami. This girl would be a heartbreaker when she grows up. Kushina gasped. And she also sound like an energetic girl too. Why the book changed the scene to this girl? Don't tell me she is going to be a part of, oh dear, so troublesome. Shikamaru thought and shook his head. Shikaku also thought the same thing about his son. The citizens who were still on the street had to jump out of the way of the girl while the creature apologized to them as he passed by. The citizens smiled at this scene that was a common sight now. Everybody heard their leader had bought a pair of roller skates for his sister's birthday. The little girl, who was none other than the Princess Rias Grimori, the heiress of the Grimori clan and sister of Sears Lucifer, one of the 4 leaders of the devil world. And the creature that was chasing after her was Anku, Rias's caretaker and her brother's pawn. Wow, so Rias-sama is a princess, heiress to a great clan. Not only that, she also have a brother that was the leader of devil. Neji said, while his voice was calm, but he, also like everyone else, was shocked at the girl being a devil. I guess that why she had that body. Jiraiya said with his lecherous face. You know, to seduce man when she grew up and suck out their soul through there. Don't finish that sentence. Tsunade warned him with a dangerous glare. But he's right, if this girl is a devil like the bedtime story always tell, then she will eat human soul when she grew up. But, this is a devil from a different world, Kushina reasoned. She hoped her Naruto could met this girl. She sound like a cheerful innocent girl with a happy personality. Befriend someone like her could help Naruto a lot. She looked just like a normal, innocent girl. Not an evil devil like the story had said about them. It's possible. Minato nodded. But only time would tell. Hashirama nodded and returned to the book. The girl continued cheering out loudly when she slid like a pro through the street of Lilith. Day after day of practice at home while being watched by Enku had annoyed Rias greatly, so here she had found a way to run from her brother's pawn and had a little time for her own. She just wished that her best friend Akino and little Kaneko were with her right now, but they were training at her brother's castle, and no matter how much she tried, her parents didn't let them play with her until night time. She understood that her parents just wanted them to be strong to protect her someday, but with an otaku like her, she always dreamed about a knight in shining armor would come to take her one day, just like how the main female character in the latest anime she got from her dad met the main male character. Well, I took back what I had said about this girl. Tsunade smirked while the females giggled and the males roared in laughter, but quickly being shut down by the girl. This girl, while being a devil, was truly an innocent happy girl with an innocent dream just like any human girl. Ah Tilda, she's so cute. Kushina happily cooed. Rias slid to an alley and hid it there. She waited until Enku passed through her and went out, going straight to the opposite direction until she was finally free. Now she could do whatever she wanted, without Enku or her parents stopping her. But first, she had to hide her identity. Just one look and everybody would know that she was Rias Grimori. It's all because of her hair color, which was too unique and recognizable. Wow, Rias and her family could be very popular among the Devil's Society. Shizune smiled. To be able to recognize just by her crimson hair. So Rias pulled out from her pocket a ribbon she had borrowed from Akino this morning and a cap to put on her head and hide her face. Being a princess and the next heir to a big family was a huge burden. Even though Rias was just 10 years old, she knew how important her responsibility was, but like any children her age, she wanted to have fun. To play with people her age. She always slept with Akino at night and the two talked about girl things. What she needed right now was a friend that played with her and could talk to her normally. Her friends at school always looked up to Rias as a princess, not as a friend like she always wanted. Deep in thought, Rias couldn't see that she was heading straight into a boy who was crossing the street. And the prince came into the scene. Minato said while everyone cheered out loud. They knew exactly the boy crossing the street was Naruto. Quick Hashirama-sama. Kushina and the girl said happily. I want to hear more. Before Rias understood what happened, her head had crashed into his stomach and knocked the two of them to the ground with her on top. How so? Jiraiya giggled pervertedly. Groaning out in pain from the impact, Rias lifted her head up the boy she was just crashed into. His eyes were telling her that he was in pain. Maybe she had crashed into him a little too hard. Can you get off me? Her cheeks reddened a little at the position she was in and quickly stood up, but her roller skates had a better idea. Rias fell right back into the body again. This time with her butt right in his face. "Sorry. I'm very sorry," she screamed out and stood up, with better balance this time. The boy slowly sat up and Rias had a good view of him. The boy, while looking no older than her, was slightly taller than Rias. His hair was blonde but was really bright, almost golden. His eyes were blue and his face had 3 faint whisker marks on each side of his cheeks, making his face even cuter. Hee. Namikaze charm with Kurama's help, it would be unstoppable. Minato chuckled and received a hit on the head by his wife. "What, you know it was true." Hashirama chuckled alongside with everyone and continued. Unconsciously, Rias brought out her hand and touched his whisker. "Hey." The boy jumped back a little. "What do you think you're doing anyway?" "Oh, sorry." Rias smiled, embarrassed. "Sorry for bumping into you." "Ah, don't worry about that." Seeing that the blonde hairy boy was trying to ask for her name, Rias quickly thought about a fake name to answer him. She couldn't let him know that she was Rias Grimori, or else Enku would find her. "Akano. Himahima Akano," Rias said quickly. Hopefully the black-haired girl didn't find out about Rias was using her name. "Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki." The boy, now named Naruto, smiled warmly at her. "So, Akano-chan, what are you doing anyway? I hope you're not playing the crash into someone game." The shinobis and kunoichis chuckled loudly. The redhead's cheeks turned red once again and looked down to the ground embarrassed. "Sorry Naruto-kun. Don't worry about it." Naruto looked at her roller skates and saw it was a very expensive ones. "So Akano-chan, looks like you're from some rich family Seeing that Naruto was looking at her roller skates, Rias smiled a bit. "Yeah, isn't it beautiful? My brother bought it just for me." Rias smiled and slid around him. This was one of her favorite presents from her brother after all. It was a pair of the roller skates that had magic in it. Meaning that it would grow with her and fit her feet perfectly, no matter how big she became. It was crimson in color to match her hair, but decorated with a few bluish gemstones. The roller skates were really expensive, and no matter how she didn't want to be like a spoiled brat like that Razor, her fiancé when she grew up, she still really wanted this roller skate when she saw it at the store. Her dream came true when her brother gave it to her at her latest birthday just a week ago. "Wow, this girl definitely came from a super rich family," Tsunade said out loud. "Having a family is very cool, isn't it?" Naruto smiled sadly and began to walk away. Rias looked at Naruto and finally realized the clothes he was wearing. It was really dirty and was torn everywhere. His body was really thin. He looked like he hadn't ate anything in a long time. So, I guessed he escaped, but lost. And by the way, why was Naruto being turned into a child again? Kushina asked worriedly at her son's conditions. "Please continue, Hashirama-sama," Minato urged the Hokage. This book held a lot of mysteries, only reading it would help them find out the answer. A little sad she realized the boy was an orphan. She quickly followed him. With her roller skate speed, it was really easy for her to catch up to him. "Wait Naruto-kun, how about you and I go to that shop over there and get something to eat?" Rias asked and pointed her finger at the food store behind them. When she saw Naruto tried to open his mouth to refuse her offer, she quickly pulled his hand straight to the store. "Don't worry, I'll pay." Rias always has some money with her every time she goes out. It was the money that she saved up from what her parents gave to her each month. I wonder how much money she took with herself. Iruka smiled nervously when he remembered all the time Naruto made him paid for his meal. Jiraiya and Ebisu also nodded their head. That boy had an endless stomach and could destroy anyone's wallet. While eating at the food store, Rias and Naruto talked about a lot of things. However, the crimson hair girl always tried to avoid talking about family because she didn't want Naruto feel sad or left out. Rias talked about her studies and her rivalry with Sona. She also talked about her best friend Akano, where she avoided saying her name, and the quiet girl Kaneko. This was the first time Rias felt so free and comfortable with anyone. Rias enjoyed being with Naruto as he was really kind and funny when she got to know him. "That's Naruto-kun for you," Hinata said quietly for the first time. "Yeah, he could make friend with anyone." Gaara nodded his head in understanding. When nighttime came, the time to say goodbye had come and Rias didn't want to leave Naruto. He made her happy and Becca. Me her first friend that didn't look at her as a princess. Maybe it was because of the fake name she gave him, but Rias somehow felt he would still be the same even if she had given him her true name. Go ahead Rias-chan. I'm sure Naruto will understand you. Datbane. Kushina shouted out cheerfully while everyone chuckled at her catchphrase, while the Naruto's close friend smiled. She definitely Naruto's mother. Well, Akeno-chan, I guess we have to say goodbye now. Naruto said warmly, thank you for the meal Akeno-chan, you really saved me today. Naruto-kun, I don't want to leave you, she said sadly, but an idea suddenly popped into her head and she caught his wrist and pulled him with her. Let's go Naruto-kun, I will bring you to my home and... Wow, she sure really like Naruto-kun, this girl is so youthful. Lee screamed out in delight. Take her offer Naruto, Kushina chanted quietly. She had began to like Rias more and more, the girl really cared for her son. She was interrupted by Naruto. No Akeno-chan. Naruto took her hand and gently pulled out of her grip. A lady like you shouldn't be friends with me to begin with, so you don't have to worry about me. Really Akeno-chan, I mean it. Naruto. Everybody groaned out in disappointment. But, alright, then how about we make a promise? Naruto said to her when he saw tears welling up in her eyes. If you have free time, you can come out and play with me again, I will wait for you. If you don't come tomorrow, I will still wait for you, then we can play with each other again. Promise. Rias wiped the tears out of her eyes and smiled. She brought out her pinky finger and smiled. Promise. Naruto nodded his head and hooked his own pinky finger with her. The two are so cute. After saying goodbye to Naruto, Rias went straight to her home and saying that her parents were angry was an understatement. They had scolded her about her disappearing and Enku looked like someone had just come back to life. They forbid her from doing that again and Rias quickly nodded her head, but after her parents were out of sight Rias smiled brightly and returned to her room with a big smile on her face while humming a soft tune. From that day onwards, Rias always found an excuse so that she could get out and play with Naruto. At first, her parents still scolded Rias about disappearing from Enku's sight. But after a week of seeing that their daughter was happier than normal, they brushed it off and let her do whatever she wanted, with the condition that she stays in Lilith. Rias had said that He wanted to stay with her brother longer, and it was summer vacation so Rias didn't have school, so half of her time at the capital was spent playing with Naruto. Naruto, while he wasn't older than her, was still very mature for his age. She guessed it was because living in the street at the young age had made Naruto mature faster than normal. But still, he was just like her, a child and did what a normal child always does, play and asking a lot of questions. Rias and Naruto played every game they could in the park, and ate everything a normal child always wanted. Maybe she was still too young to know it, but she had already begun developing feelings for him. Wow, what can I say, no redhead could refuse Namikaze's charm. Kushina looked at him with evil eyes and then punched him while everyone was laughing loudly at the two. When everyone had calmed down, Hashirama continued. Era, you look very happy, Rias-sama. Akeno giggled behind her, while Rias was brushing her hair with a smile on her face. She and Akeno always slept with each other and recently, the heiress of the Grimoire family always wanted to go to bed early. She had planned a lot of fun games to play with Naruto tomorrow. It had been 2 months already, and Rias always went out in the morning and returned at lunch, then went out again. There was not a single day Rias stopped trying to make Naruto go to Grimoire Castle and be a servant there, or even better be one of her servants, a member of her peerage. However, no matter how much she tried, Naruto still refused her offer, but that was the only thing she felt sad about. Is it about your crush? Yes. Her queen smirked mischievously, making Rias blush brightly. Akeno always teased Rias about Naruto from the day she told her best friend about him and how she met him and the fact that she was using the queen's name. Akeno, it's not like that. Rias tried to defend herself, but with her best friend's personality, she knew that there was no way she could escape that easily. Well, Rias-sama, I can't wait to meet him someday. Imagine what would happen when he found out who are you. Akeno smiled again, and who I am. Something is really wrong with this girl. Tenten said. I don't know if she loved teasing Rias, or she really wants to meet Naruto. This time, she was met with a pillow being thrown straight to her face by a furious Rias. A small light appeared above the book again. This time everyone held their breath when they saw the appearance of Akeno, Rias' best friend. Something is really wrong with these girls. Slammed his fist to the table. How can a little girl could be this attractive? This is ridiculous. I agree with you, Raikage-sama. Jiraiya giggled pervertedly when he saw Akeno. Oh my Naruto, you sure are a lucky bastard. Instantly, a pillow smashed straight into her face, knocking her to the bed, and a furious Rias jumped onto her body and continued to hit her with the pillow in her hand. Not wanting to be left behind, Akeno took her own pillow and attacked Rias. The two girls continued to battle each other until they dropped onto the bed in exhaustion. Slowly, Rias began to take off her pajamas. Rias always slept naked when she was a little girl, and it became a bad habit, according to her mother. But then again, Rias couldn't sleep when her clothes were still on her body. Holy shit! Jiraiya roared in excitement. This habit was the best habit I had ever seen from. But being shut down by an angry Tsunade with her fist held high. You know, this girl has to change that habit of hers. Who know what could happen to her if she keeps sleeping like that? Tsunade said to the other, and received a nod from everyone. When she was completely naked, Rias began to crawl onto the bed and pulled the blanket over her body with Akeno and slowly hugged her friend. A trail of blood ran down from Jiraiya's nose as he imagined the two hot girls hugging each other while everyone looked at him in disgust. They knew what he was thinking. The two was still a really young and he already thought something like that. Say Akeno, tomorrow I am going to tell Naruto knew my true name. You will be there with me, won't you? So, tomorrow, Akeno looked at her king. Do you really want me there too, the real Akeno? Yeah, I want you to help me, and tomorrow, not matter what it takes, I will bring Naruto with me, and if he refuses again, I will use one of my pieces. Rias said seriously. She didn't want to leave Naruto because he has become someone important to her, so she will do whatever it took to bring him with her. Okay Rias-sama. I promise I will help you. After all, I'm your queen, aren't I? Rias nodded her head at her queen. Tomorrow, Naruto-kun, tomorrow and you will be mine. The two girls quickly drifted into the land of dreams, with the red-haired girl dreaming about a certain blonde-haired boy. Midnight, Lucifer's castle. A lone figure was making his way through the corridors of the castle with a black katana in his hand. His movements were slow, moving without making a sound, and passed through the servants of the castle without being seen. He finally made his way to where his mission target was located. Oh no, please don't tell me it's him. Everyone just sat there silent and waited patiently for the Hokage to continue. Slowly and carefully, he opened the room that led to her bedroom. His master gave him this mission, a mission he couldn't fail, no matter what happened, all for his master, the one had given him a purpose in life. No, please don't do it, Kushina chanted quietly. When the door was opened, the figure quickly jumped onto the bed with his katana raised above his head, ready to finish his mission once and for all. Suddenly, a giant fireball was sent straight at him from a bright magic circle. Being caught off guard, he jumped out of the way to avoid the fireball, but his right sleeves had been burned slightly. Maybe this mission wasn't as easy as his master said. Everyone lets out a heavy sigh they didn't know they were holding, but continued to sit there silent and listen to the story. The light had been turned on and the boy was face to face with one of the most powerful peerages in the world, with the leader being none other than Seersex Lucifer, one of the four great Satans, who was releasing his monstrous magical energy with a cold look in his eyes. This Seersex Lucifer, I guessed he was Rias's brother. I thought so. Minato nodded his head at his silver-haired student. Who are you? Seersex asked coldly. Enku had felt a SSIVE magical energy made its way to the castle. The energy was so great that everyone thought one of the old Mao had come here. Seersex had called for all his peerage and ready for the battle, but he was shocked that the monstrous energy was coming from a child. While it's hard to believe, but if this silver-haired man had managed to change Naruto's chakra into this magical energy, Sarutobi said quietly. The tension was really high. they could feel the battle was coming near. Then we don't know how much he had changed Naruto, and how he was able to remove his memories. Rias and Akeno had woken up and were shaking uncontrollably on the bed while looking at Sirzex in fear. The boy slowly took off his burned jacket and laughed a little. He picked up his katana and turned around, ready to face the entire, with the most likely outcome being that he won't come out alive. Wow, these Mao have to be really strong. No one cared about the emo and his lust for power. The first Hokage just shook his head in disappointment. He had thought the last Uchiha had turned was a good person, but he turned out to be even worse than his former friend Madara. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm here to kill the sister of Sirzex Lucifer. No, please don't do that, Naruto-kun. Kushina really wanted this to stop. All she wanted was get to know her beloved son, but right now someone had turned him into a true assassin that would kill his friend. Minato hand held firmly onto Kushina's shoulder. He just wished that this Sirzex could stop Naruto before he do something he would regret in the future. Hearing that name, Rias's and Akeno's eyes snapped wide open and looked up to see the boy. The heiress of Grimori couldn't believe her eyes anymore. The Naruto she had been playing with all these months was standing before her with a katana in his hand and was ready to kill her. If not for her brother interfered, she would be dead right now. But the Naruto standing before her knew, gone was the war. Smile and happiness whenever he met her. Now, standing before her was a killer with a predator's eyes, a smirk on his face. Looking at a Naruto who was like this, Rias was too shocked and scared to do anything. I couldn't blame her at all, Tsunade said solemnly. Just that morning, she and Naruto was playing with each other, then the next thing he knew Naruto was holding a blade that would kill her any minute. But wait, wasn't Rias-chan had told Naruto a different name? Kushina said suddenly. Then he maybe didn't know that his friends was indeed Rias Grimori. And when Naruto knew that Akeno was Rias, then he will stop. Minato nodded his head. A small amount of hope appeared inside everyone. No one wanted Naruto to become a killer. Who told you to kill my sister? It looked like Naruto didn't saw Rias's face yet, because he was still looking directly at Sirzex's eyes. Tell me and I will make your death faster and less painful. How generous, Lucifer-sama, Naruto said with his blade ready at his side. Sirzex couldn't believe that this child was ready to fight him. He cursed whoever had used this child to do something like taking another child's life. I like this Sirzex Lucifer, Hashirama said out loud with a smiling face. Not only he was sound like a great leader, he also seems to care for another life, even though it was his enemy. The other couldn't help but agreed to the first Hokage. I don't think he would kill Naruto, Kushina-chan. Tsunade put her hand onto Kushina's. The mother of the greatest hero was shaking with fear right now. She knew had Kushina didn't want Naruto to get hurt, just like any mother would care for their son. The red-haired Uzumaki looked up and smiled a little to the fifth Hokage before nodding her head for Hashirama to continue. But I won't say anything, all for my master. Naruto sighed and disappeared from their sight, only to reappear in front of Sirzex and swing his blade at him. But Soji Okita, Sirzex's knight, was faster than him and blocked the attack with his own katanas. But his eyes widened when the boy smirked. His blade began to crackle with electricity and it slowly cuts through Soji's blades, making everyone's eyes widen in shock. Wait, that's Sasuke-kun's jutsu, Sakura screamed out in shock. Everybody in the stadium who knew about Sasuke's lightning blade also has their mouth opened wide. Even Killer Bee had stopped his rap and looked at the book like it was crazy. Last time I checked, Kakashi said slowly, Naruto's chakra was wind and wind only. If he could use lightning blade, then he knew how to use a jutsu like Chidori or Reikiri and have lightning chakra. But how? The silver-haired man, Shikamaru said for the first time. If anyone could do that, the only one they knew right now was the silver-haired man. They don't know exactly how, but this silver-haired man had changed or added lightning Naruto's chakra. Seeing his friend couldn't handle the boy alone, Beowulf jumped in and sends a powerful kick to the boy's stomach and send him flying straight out of the window to the garden of the castle. The peerage quickly brought out their wings and jumped out of the window while Enku stayed to protect Rias. Sirzex's eyes widened when he jumped out of the window. He felt the familiar feeling of senjutsu above him and turned around, only to come face to face with a massive swirling blue energy orb head straight to him and his peerage. Bring out his hand to block the attack. He couldn't believe the force behind it and was slowly being pushed down to the ground with his peerage. Genjutsu. Jiraiya nodded his head. Luckily for him, Bahamut had flown down to the boy and tried to bite him with his massive jaw, but the boy had jumped out of the way first with the orb disappeared, making everyone sigh in relief, but their eyes began to widen again when the boy appeared above Bahamut's head with his hand rose high into the sky. Lightning began to appear in the sky, and when Naruto brought his hand down, a massive bolt of lightning in the form of a Kirin hit straight into Bahamut's body with a massive boom. Now as Kirin, Sasuke cursed out, "How could the Dobi copy my jutsus like that?" Well, while the situation didn't allow it, I can say he used it way better than you Uchiha. Said with a grumble, making everyone chuckle despite the tension was really high. Yeah tilde, suck it tilde. B laughed while rapping. Bahamut's body crashed into the ground hard, sending dirt and earth flying everywhere. Before anyone could scream out his name, Naruto had appeared again before McGregor and send a powerful punch into his stomach. The force was so strong that it created a powerful shockwave that broke every single window within their 20-foot radius. The shop of Sirzex fell unconscious to the ground. Graphia quickly cast a powerful ice spell, sending wave after wave of ice spear to Naruto, but the boy was too fast. Smirking, he brought his hand toge there in front of his face and breathed in deeply. Please don't tell me he was going to use that technique, Kakashi muttered. And after a few seconds, he breathed out a powerful fire in the form of a phoenix, easily melting down the ice. Holy shit, Jiraiya cursed out. This kid was like a combination of Sasuke and Naruto, and would have defeated Graphia if not for Beowulf, Surtur and Soji blocking the fire with their bodies. Beowulf, Surtur, Soji. The strongest queen screamed out in horror as tears slowly fell out of her eyes. Graphia quickly created a soft blanket made from snow to support and cool off their fallen body. She followed them to the ground and began to use healing magic to heal them. Wow, the strongest queen, I like her title, Enko said with a little excitement in her voice. Sirzex couldn't believe what he just saw. A kid not older than Rias had taken out all of his peerage without a scratch on his body. There was no way this boy was normal. No child should have this much power at this age. Anger was slowly building up inside Sirzex. Bringing out his hand in front of him, Sirzex created a massive ball of destruction and shot it at Naruto. The massive power connected with the boy's body, creating a powerful shockwave that made a minor earthquake in the underworld. Every single devil woke up from the earthquake, with some of them asking themselves what had just happened. No, everyone screamed out, no one more than Naruto's parents. Hashirama quickly continued and smiled slightly at the next statement. Thinking that the assailant was taken care of, Sirzex decided to go to the ground to check on his peerage. Lucifer-sama, where do you think you're going? Turning his head in shock, Sirzex saw some kind of rib cage covered with a purple FL. Aim had formed around Naruto protecting him. He could see that his eyes had slightly changed, but Naruto was too far away to see clearly. Silence and shock, completely silence and shock filled the stadium. Especially Sasuke, who was gasping in shock. Was that? Minato muttered quietly. What I thought it was. Yes sensei. Kakashi nodded. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Now we know why it disappeared. Tsunade said while looking at Sasuke, who was trying not to kill someone. The eyes had gone to Naruto. That silver-haired man definitely behind this. Kushina held her breath. I didn't want to think what he done to Naruto anymore. This child, he was too strong. There was no way he could hold back now. He had to end this now or else the boy may kill his beloved sister if he was given the chance. Kill him, Sasuke roared out with Sakura. Kill him, and return the Sharingan. Before he could continue, the second Hokage appeared behind them and knocked Sasuke out with his kunai and continued with Sakura. Brother, please continue. Hashirama nodded his head. He and Naruto slowly landed on the ground. This time the rib cage had transformed into an upper body of a demon with horns on its head. The amount of magical power he was released was amazing. It made Sirzex feel as if he was facing one of his Fi. However, just as he was about to attack, small footsteps rang out behind him, making Sirzex's eyes widen in horror when he felt his sister magical energy heading for them. Rias-chan, Kushina said out in shock. The girl must be very brave or very stupid to do something like this. Mei Terumi said out. Naruto-kun. Rias screamed out with tears in her eyes while still running to him, with Akino and Kaneko following behind her. Please stop it, Sirzex tried to scream out to his sister. But no matter how he tried, Rias wouldn't stop running. Sirzex's eyes widened at the revelation that his sister somehow knew this boy. Sirzex saw Naruto's eyes widen in shock and the skeleton slowly disappeared, leaving a wide-eyed Naruto looking at Rias with a shocked expression. Akino-chan. Naruto stuttered and screamed out in anger. What are you doing here, Akeno-chan? Get out of here now. It's dangerous here. But when he saw the resemblance between Sirzex and his Akino, his face turned into an angry expression. Your real name was Rias Grimori, wasn't it? He asked her in a quiet tone, barely restraining his anger. Oh no, Shikamaru cursed out in anger. He had been righted about this. There was no way Naruto would stop now, even if he knew that Akino was indeed Rias Grimori, his target. Tears slowly ran from Kushina's eyes. Minato was trying his best to comfort her. If he ever get his hand on this silver man, he would kill him for sure for using his son for something like this. Yes, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry because I lied to you. Rias lowered her head in shame. But please, Naruto-kun, stop it, I don't want you to be like this. You shouldn't, Rias-chan, Kushina muttered quietly. Yeah, she just wanted someone to look at her as the normal girl, not the princess of a great clan. Sarutobi nodded his head. He knew a lot of princesses live in luxurious place, but all of them were filled with pride and looked down to commoner. Rias seemed like a strong-willed girl despite being a princess that could be even richer and more powerful than any of them. No, my mission is to kill you. The purple flames flared out again, but disappeared again. His eyes began to flicker between his normal eyes and crimson eyes with slit pupils. Naruto began to scream out in pain and clutched his head with his hands in agony and collapsed to the ground. Stop him. A strange demonic voice came from the blonde-haired boy. He's being controlled. Stop Naruto now. I can't hold him much longer. Kurama, it must be him. Minato grinned widely. He knew if Kurama was there, then there was no way he would let Naruto did something against his will like that. Goku. Sorry Kurama-kun, Datbane. Kushina cheered out. She never liked the fox before, but right now it was doing a great favor for her son. From what Minato had told her about the war, Naruto and Kurama became good friends with each other and even joked with each other a few times. Even though Sirzex didn't understand what was happening, he quickly ran to the boy and cast a sleeping spell on him. But the boy broke out of the spell and kicked him in the stomach, knocking Sirzex to the ground and stood up, running to Rias with his blade ready to impale her through her heart. Just as he was about to reach her, an ice cell began to form around him, making Naruto unable to move. His body was struggling against the cell trying to break free, but before he could do anything, 3 figures appeared and put their hands on his head. A giant magic circle appeared above his head and no matter how hard he struggled, Naruto slowly drifted into sleep. Sirzex, Grafia and Lord Grimori Brea fed out in relief that it was finally over. Everyone cheered out loudly. Everything stopped now, and it looked like these people wouldn't harm Naruto. Rias slowly made her way to the blonde Wengra. Ifia melted down the ice and hugged him tightly, breaking down in tears. She must be really worried for Naruto. Tsunade said, such a kind girl. Rias, calm down honey. Venilana, her mother tried to comfort her. We should bring this boy inside to rest, I promise we won't hurt him. Looked at her mother's kind eyes, Rias let go of her friend so that her brother could carry him in his hands. With a nod, he quickly flew into his bedroom and placed the boy there. Together, he and Grafia began to search for his memories to destroy the link between him and this master of his, who was controlling Naruto. They didn't have any reason to trust Naruto, but Rias's happiness was the only thing they needed to convince themselves. Well, it's the end of chapter 1, so who next? Well, it's the end of chapter 1, so who next? Hashirama said with excitement and closed the book down. Everyone let out a sigh. So much thing happened in chapter 1, it really put a stress to them seeing their hero did something like that. Everyone had been familiar with a happy-go-lucky Naruto, a Naruto who never gave up and did everything to protect the ones he cared about. Seeing him like that, a true assassin, a true killer shattered his images. So, before we continue, I want to clear a few things out. Tobirama said, we don't know a lot of details about this world, like factions, Mao, the Great War or even pawns, knight, bishop, queen. Before he could say more, a paper flew out of the book and Tobirama caught it before it could fell to the ground. He looked at it for a moment and began to read out for everyone. In this world, there are some forces which were called factions. Thousands of years ago, there were the 3 factions. Unlike other supernatural groups, Norse gods, Hindu gods, Greco-Roman gods, etc., which were apparently more or less independent of each other, these 3 were all interconnected. Together, the 3 factions spawned the Judeo-Christian religion, and became part of the Bible. The 3 factions of angels, devils, and fallen angels warred against one another under the leaderships of the biblical god, the 4 great Maos, and the fallen angel organization, Grigori, led by Azazel, in a conflict which came to be known as the Great War. After the deaths of the biblical god and the 4 great Maos, the Great War finally ended, but it left the 3 factions in a state of conflict. However, due to a state of extreme exhaustion after the Great War, and with all 3 factions losing their main forces, neither of the 3 sides wanted to continue battling. So while there was no peace between the factions, outright battles did not occur either. Also, there is some other factions like Yukai factions, heroes factions. Wow, this world has a lot of thing to take in. Onoki nodded his head, and it's look like Naruto now at Devil's side. Then that's mean he have to face other factions in the future, no doubt about it. Neji said, making everyone worry about Naruto's safety. What about the Mao, is it in there? Tobirama-sama, the 3rd Hokage, asked. He too was worried about Naruto like anyone else. The child's life was nothing but sadness and loneliness. No one deserved the love more than Naruto, he just wished the boy could find happiness at this world. Yes, the Yondai Mao were the original rulers of the underworld and leaders of the devils. They were named Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and some point in the past, the 4 original Maos created the demonic swords, and led the devils against God and the angels in heaven as well as Azazel and the fallen angels in the Great War, the latter of whom retreated prior. The 4 great Maos eventually died in the Great War. After their deaths in the Great War, the descendants of the 4 great Maos intended to carry on their legacy and finish the Great War but were opposed by a certain group of devils which caused a civil war to break out between the devils. Following the defeat of He descendants who were forced to retreat to the back part of the underworld, their names became titles for the new supreme rulers of the devils. The current Maos are Sirzex Lucifer from the Grimoire clan, Seraphal Leviathan from the Cetri clan, Ajuka Beelzebub of the Astam Asmodeus of the Glacia Labilas clan, 4 devils who were born with insane power, equivalent or superior to the original 4. But do not carry the blood of the original Maos. Wow, and here the note that each Mao could destroy a nation with their magical power alone. The 2nd Hokage finished making everyone paled instantly. To think that Naruto had just faced one of them and was still alive, it was truly miracle. What about the night things? Shikaku asked with curiously. It's called the Evil Pieces system, also known as the Devil's Pieces. They are a set of 15 chess pieces, 1 king, 1 queen, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 8 pawns, which given to top-class devils to increase their ranks by reincarnating other beings into devils. The evil pieces were created by Ajuka Beelzebub to help replenish the number of devils after the Great War which had caused the death of countless devils. While many Devils were able to adapt to the evil pieces, only the old Satan faction of the Chaos Brigade resisted in the usage of the evil pieces, believing them to be a disgrace to devils for reincarnating humans and other races into devils. Each piece held different ability. Knights are worth 3 pawns. Knights gain increased speed and mobility, enabling them to perform high-speed attacks and maneuvers. However, their main weakness is their low defense, making them vulnerable to powerful attacks if they are not careful. Another weakness among knights were their legs, if their legs are injured, their mobility is greatly reduced. Rooks are worth 5 pawns. Rooks gain superhuman strength, leading to high offense and defense. However, they are not very quick, and can get beaten easily by a high-speed opponent. Bishops are worth 3 pawns. Bishops gain enhanced magical abilities which they can use to conjure up a multitude of spells, offensive, healing, etc. However, more powerful spells consume most of their magical power, which takes a long time to regain, forcing them to use their power carefully or risk becoming vulnerable to physical attacks. Queens are worth 9 pawns. Queens possess all the characteristics of rooks, knights, and bishops, making them the most balanced piece as well as the most powerful. What about pawn? Jiraiya asked with interested. This world have a lot of great mystery and he couldn't wait to find out all. Pawns are worth 1 pawn each. The traits of pawns is the ability to promote into a queen, rook, knight, or bishop in enemy territory, or with the permission of their king. So, the pawns could be the most useful piece of a peerage. Interesting indeed. Minato nodded his head in understanding. So, Graphia is called the strongest queen, which she could be the strongest queen of the underworld. Tsunade said, she definitely really strong. I still can't believe Naruto was fighting her at the latest chapter. She definitely underestimated Naruto, Kakashi thought. If this book said she had that kind of power, then that means she could defeat Naruto with ease if she really mean it. Kushina paled immediately. Everyone also really worry right now. But lucky for us, she at Naruto's side now. That's everything in this paper, Tobirama said, and the paper instantly disappeared. So, I guess we continue with the story. Hashirama handed his brother the book, which the younger Senju took it and opened to chapter 2. Everyone immediately gone silent. They couldn't wait to hear more about Naruto. It had been 3 days since the attack on the Luke Ifer's castle and everything was pretty much back to normal. Naruto, the boy who had sneaked into the castle in the middle of the night and took out all the members of the strongest peerage in the underworld, still didn't wake up. Security had been placed around the boy 24/7 and Searsex's peerage took turns to watch over the boy. The members like Beowulf or Soji Okita, who were easily took out by the boy, had to admit that they had underestimated him and had rightfully paid for their mistake. For a group that instantly strong, they sure couldn't think a child has that much power. The third Hokage chuckled when he remembered what happened at the latest chapter. Not only Naruto still have his power, he also hold all Sasuke jutsu and even his Sharingan. Who know how much power did this silver-haired put into Naruto? The protection wasn't for the people around the boy. If he were to wake up, they were protecting the boy. Searsex had said that they had to do whatever it took to protect him. This master of his might want the boy back or try to kill him, so Searsex couldn't have the boy's power. While scanning through his mind, Searsex had found out the boy's memories had been completely erased from his brain and fake memories had been placed inside his mind. The memories were about Searsex and depicted his parents brutally killing the boy's family and relatives. This made Naruto wanting to make them pay for what they had done to him. He had found this master, and went under his protection and would do everything to fulfill his master's intention. That was the reason why he wanted to kill Rias. Remove Naruto's own memories and add something stupid. Minato cursed and fingered his tri-prongs kunai dangerously. I hate this man more and more. They also find the remains of some kind of medicine inside his spine and found out that it would automatically activate 4 hours after drinking water and destroy the memories of his master, and everything related to him. Even the missions and what happened at the castle that night. They didn't know who he was, but they knew that this master was very intelligent and knew how to hide himself. No matter who was this man, this guy definitely knew what he was doing, Inoichi said. Completely destroyed his existence in Naruto's mind to prevent any attempt to find him. He must have thought about the case that Naruto could be captured to find him. This man really dangerous. Jiraiya said seriously. Not only is he powerful enough to transport Naruto through dimension, and then erase Naruto's memories of him from the kid's mind, but he also put all Sasuke's power into him, including the Sharingan. And by the look of it, Hashirama nodded his head at the Toad Sennin. It looks like he also changed Naruto's bloodline to accept the Sharingan at its most perfection state. Everyone listened to the Hokages and Sennin talk in worry. Just a first chapter and this world's people had proved themselves to be instantly strong and dangerous. The second Hokage looked around the stadium. Everyone were whispering to each other about they thought of this world, especially Naruto's parents, which now was very worried for their son. When everyone had gone silent again, he decided to continue the story. Speaking of the Rias, the girl had decided to tell her family about her story with Naruto and they had believed Naruto was a good person now. He was just being used as a pawn by someone to kill Rias. The girl hadn't left Naruto, who was still lying in bed with his mind completely damaged from all the memories that were erased and needed some time to recover. Rias always sat in his room whenever she didn't have to study or train with her peerage. She had asked her brother or her parents almost a thousand times about when Naruto would wake up and had tried to feed him soup when meal times came. Her parents usually found her asleep beside the blonde's bed with her head resting on the bed. She had read a lot and always prayed to her brother that he could wake up to play with her soon. All the female in the stadium giggled in excitement at the girl caring side for Naruto. The men in the room groaned. They never the one for romantic, but also like it nonetheless. Rias seemed like a person who cared deeply for Naruto, and that was enough for them. She's so cute. Kushina cooed happily. Finally her son had found someone that cared for him at that world and couldn't wait to see their relationship processed. While Rias was taking care of the blonde-haired boy, Sirzex had to discuss with the other Mao about Naruto's conditions. Naruto was completely human, but his body structure was really strange. He had a great healing factor that is almost as strong as the Phoenix clan's healing ability. A stronger body than normal, and even though he was unconscious, there was some kind of strange, almost Yukai-like energy coming from him. It must be Kurama and other Biju, no doubt about it. Minato nodded his head. Ajuka, Sirzex's best friend, had checked his lifespan and almost dropped his equipment in shock at what he saw. The boy's lifespan was longer than any human out there. And they also found out that no matter how old he is, Naruto would always keep the form of an adult man when he finally grew up. Uzumaki's lifespan, Hashirama said to the one didn't know about. My wife Mito Uzumaki was 50 years old when I married her, but she looked just like Kushina here. And Uzumaki's lifespan is really long because of their massive stamina and chakra they hold. Naruto's great power couldn't be denied, and as strong as he is, they couldn't let his power fall into the wrong hands, so everyone had decided that Sirzex should watch over the boy, which Sirzex accepted with a smile. Considering that his sister was really loved the blonde, almost as much as a girl would feel for her boyfriend. Everyone smiled. And then, after a week in a coma, Naruto finally woke up. Yes, Naruto's friend cheered out loudly, especially Lee and Killer Bee, which the later was creating a few songs about Naruto and raping to anyone wanted to hear, or sitting near him. It was a nice morning when Graphia came to the bedroom to check on him, while Soji and Beowulf stood outside of the door waiting for her and helped Graphia if she needed them. Graphia looked at the boy who was lying on the bed with a frown. She still couldn't believe that this boy could melt down her ice spear by a power that could make him breath out fire. Like a dragon, she could understand how the power behind that flame could take out 3 of the strongest devils in the underworld. She had felt the power of Senjutsu behind that attack, and she knew how dangerous and powerful a spell could be with help with natural energy. While the strongest queen admitted that she had underestimated Naruto, she still thought what could have happened if she didn't look down on him. Her hands would be stained with the blood of an innocent child, and she would never forgive herself after that. Good, Hashirama nodded. I think let Naruto into these people's hand would be the best. Don't worry Kushina-chan, Naruto will be fine with them. Minato smiled to his wife, who nodded her head and smiled back. Yufufu, I wonder what this Graphia looked like. Jiraiya smirked in an extremely perverted way, making Yon sighed in disappointed at him. I mean, we have seen a female child devil look like, but what about an adult one? I bet she's extremely hot. Before Tsunade could punch Jiraiya to unconscious again, a small light appeared above the book, making everyone turn their heads at it. Holy! Jiraiya cursed out with blood flowing down his nose while the males around him just gasped like a fish with a blushing face. The Kunoichi was looking at Graphia image in jealousy. Graphia is a beautiful woman appearing to be in her early 20s, with silver hair and matching eyes. Her hair, which flows all the way down to her back, features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, ending in twin braids. She is seen wearing some kind of blue and white outfit with long sleeves that hug her upper body nicely, showing of the curves of her chest and her hips nicely. She also wearing white headband over her head, with red lipstick as a cosmetic accessory. An extremely beautiful, attractive and sexy queen, there no other words could describe Graphia. I will tell you, Tsunade-sensei, Kushina said to her teacher. There definitely something wrong with these people. There no way the females could be this beautiful and attractive. Well, they are devils after all, Tsunade said flatly and looked at the dreaming form of Jiraiya. Tobirama just shook his head, his grandniece was right. After all, these people was devil. He quickly cleared his throat to gain everyone's attention and returned to the book when everyone was silent. Suddenly, just as when Graphia had finished changing the clothes for Naruto, the boy began to groan quietly. His body started to stir and his eyes were opening and closing rapidly due to the brightness of the light coming from the windows. Graphia rushed out the doors and quickly turned to Soji, who had the fastest speed among the three of them. Soji-san, please go find Sirzex-sama, tell him that Naruto has woken up. Soji's eyes widened in surprise but quickly nodded his head with a smile. Before he could go to Sirzex's office, Graphia stopped him again, and remember not to tell Rias-sama about it, He will rush into this room the moment she knows Naruto has woken up, and she will disturb Sirzex-sama. Ah, I want to see Rias-chan more. Soji's nodded again with a smile and by using his great speed, Soji instantly disappeared in a gust of wind. So, this night guy was like Guy and Lee. Tenten looked at her teammate and sensei. To disappeared with speed alone as youthful, Guy screamed out with his favorite student. Yosh, the boy had woken up. Beowulf punched his palm with excitement in his voice. Now I will have a rematch. Ouch. Oni-san, I was just kidding. Beowulf screamed out in pain when the strongest queen stomped right on his foot with enough force to crack some bones inside him. Shaking her head in disappointment, Graphia quickly returned to the room. The shinobi instantly paled while the kunoichi smirked. Well, look like she was a very strict person. That's good, we need someone like that here. Mei smiled deviously, making the males that sitting her backed away. And here the fifth Mizukage wondered why she didn't marry yet. When she got back to the room, she saw the boy has completely woken up and was looking around with curiosity in his eyes. His blue EYs then landed on her and Graphia smiled a little. The boy's eyes showed nothing but kindness and worry inside them. It was so different than the cold eyes that night. Of course he is. Minato smiled. No matter what happened. Even when Naruto was facing his enemies, he rarely looked at his enemy in hatred. Hello. Naruto tried to find a proper word to call the beautiful lady wearing my outfit before him but felt that his mind was too fuzzy to think right now. The last thing Naruto remembered was playing with Akano. As usual, he could feel some gash between his memories but could not remember what it is no matter how much he tried. The next thing he knew, he had woken up on a soft bed, unlike the hard ground he was used to. Looking around, Naruto's eyes widened when he saw that he was in some fancy, expensive-looking place filled with so many things he couldn't believe he would see up close before. My name is Graphia Lucifuge. I'm the head maid of the Grimoire clan, also the personal maid of Sirzex Lucifer-sama. Graphia lowered her head a little to greet Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. This woman is a maid. A pervert thought began to appear in Jiraiya's mind. Oh my god. That Sirzex was so lucky. I hardly think someone like Sirzex-san will do that. Jiraiya. Tsunade cracked her knuckles. Someone need to put Jiraiya in his place, and stop those pervert thought of him. Naruto instantly gasped in surprise. If this was the personal maid of Sirzex Lucifer, then that's mean he was in the Lucifer castle. But, how do you know my name, Graphia-san? Naruto asked nervously. Apparently she knew something about him. It's not every day a normal orphan like him from the capital Lilith could sleep in a castle like this and in the Lucifer's castle at that. All your questions will be answered in due time, Naruto-san. Grafia nodded her head with a small smile on her face. Suddenly, the door opened and a handsome and young man in his AR-length crimson red hair and blue-green eyes walked in. Even if the man's face showed nothing but kindness and a playful smile on his face, Naruto could also feel monstrous magical energy coming from inside him. This was the first time Naruto had ever seen the crimson red of the underworld, the leader of the four great Maos, Seersex. Lucifer. The strange thing was that the curves of his face, the shade of his crimson hair, his blue-green eyes and even the hairstyle, reminds him of her. He looks exactly a male, older version of Akeno. Thought Naruto. Oh, if he's an older and male version of Rias, then I guess he must extremely handsome then. May smiled slightly when the image of Seersex appeared in front of everyone. True to her words, Seersex was a handsome man with the face that resembles a lot of his sister. Even the male population, Shikamaru muttered, this is so troublesome. Naruto began to think about Seersex. He had heard that he didn't have a child yet, which Akeno was a relative of Seersex. And he knew only one relative that could look exactly like the Mao, which was his sister, the princess of the Gremory clan. The Himehime Akeno he had always played with was Rias Gremory. Now, you're in deep trouble, Naruto-kun. Kushina giggled, which was followed by all the kunoichi. The man just groaned out at their antics. Shit, I'm in deep trouble. Naruto cursed out in his mind. He always knew his friend was rich, but being a member of the Gremory clan, which means she was one of the richest girls in the underworld and could be the most powerful princess in the underworld by her family lineage alone. How didn't he realize this before? How many devils had that crimson hair and the money that could buy everything she wanted with just a part of her saved up money? Wow, this girl must be really, really rich. Jiraiya smiled slyly. She has the looks, the body and the family with a super lineage. I'm so envious of Naruto right now. Almost all the males nodded their head. The others who already have a wife, or have some sense in their mind, or the kunoichi just looked at them in disappointed. Sure, Rias could be beautiful and attractive at a young age, but she's still a child. Seeing the blonde-haired boy hugged his head and shaking, Seersex chuckled a little. He couldn't believe that this boy had wiped out his peerage and nearly made him use his real form to fight with him. That alone had speak volumes about the boy's power and what could he do in the future if he had proper training. Seersex coughed in his hand to draw the boy's attention to him. Grafia took out a chair using her magic and put it beside the bed for her master. Seersex thanked her and sat down in the chair with Grafia standing behind him. Good morning, Naruto-kun, feeling well? He asked kindly. Seersex didn't want Naruto feel overwhelmed or anything. The boy had just suffered brain damage and his mind clearly hadn't completely healed after all. Ah yes, Seersex-sama, thank you for taking care of me. Naruto nodded his head and smiled nervously. It's not every day that he could talk with the great Seersex Lucifer, but sir, could I ask you something? After receiving a nod from Seersex he proceeded, why am I here? I mean, what happened to me that I'm in here? Good Naruto-kun. Kushina smiled. Her son was talking with Seersex with manners. This was the first thing she wanted about him. First, Naruto-kun, you just need to call me Seersex or Seersex-san, it's fine with me. Naruto smiled with a nod, and to answer your question, we had found you unconscious and suffering from a great deal of brain damage. You have lost a lot of your memories about your past life and you just remembered a few recent events, with my sister in it actually. Seersex chuckled again, seeing the boy blushed and embarrassed. The story he just told Naruto wasn't a lie but not the truth either. Everyone knew about that event, including Rias and T. He had decided that Naruto shouldn't know about what he did to everyone, especially Rias that night. If he knew about that, Naruto might never forgive himself for nearly killing his best friend. The fake memories had been erased from his mind by that strange medicine, so they couldn't let Naruto find out the truth about everything. They couldn't think of what could happen if he found out. Knowing Naruto, it could possible the worst thing we could think of. Kakashi agreed with Seersex's logic. Everyone nodded their head. So Akeno-chan's real name is Rias Gremory? Naruto asked and received a nod from Seersex. That's right, Himehime Akeno is actually the queen of Rias's peerage. The Mao explained to him. Ria-tan actually wanted to be friend with you in a normal way, so she had given you her queen's name. She had very few friends that could play with her normally, you know, Naruto-kun. Naruto thought about it. It's true that Rias had told him she had a lot of friends at SCH. Well, because all of them always looked up to her. The normal friends she did have were always some relatives or had the same status than her. At the time, Naruto just thought that she came from some rich family of Lilith. Not one of the richest families in the underworld. Well, it's really different, don't you think? Where is she now? He asked. She is studying right now. Searsex smiled. She didn't leave your side in the whole week. You know, always tried to feed you soup and asked when you would wake up. Damn it, I was so jealous. Searsex screamed out, making Naruto jump in surprise at the Mao's action. But he instantly shut up when Graphia brought out her hand and hit the back of his head, hard. Everyone busted out in laughter. They have an overprotective brother here. Not only that, he just being hit in the head by his own maid. Please control yourselves, Searsex-sama. Graphia said dangerously, or I will. She finished with a wave of killing intent directed at her master. Making Searsex nodded his head in terror and Naruto's sweat dropped. Yep, she definitely a very strict person. Tsunade said, smirking, while the other just nodded their head slowly. Now they knew why she was called the strongest queen. Maybe not just because her power. Maybe even if Searsex was a Mao, he still could be very childish sometimes. Why does this feel really familiar? Tobirama Stowe, PPED reading, and turned his head to his brother. What? Never mind. The second Hokage returned to the book while everyone chuckled. Those who knew the founder of Konoha knew exactly what he was talking about. And Assist-Khan too. If he guessed right. So, Naruto-kun, I had something to offer you. Searsex said, but this time he had said it seriously, making Naruto sit straight up to listen. Wool. Do you like to become a member of my peerage? Everyone stopped talking to each other and held their breath. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Searsex Lucifer had just offered him a chance to be a member of the strongest peerage in the underworld. They don't know about my special powers, do they? Naruto thought inside of his head. He couldn't remember much about his past, however the thing he could a member clearly was the power he was born with. He had decided to keep it a secret, even to Rias, because he didn't want some power-hungry people use him. He knew a few lower-class devils like him were born with great power. Until one of the high-class ones came and take them for their personal use. Naruto didn't want that to happen to himself, so that was the reason he decided to hide his powers. Now I felt the true devils here, Jiraiya said, but this time very serious. But then again, the Grimoire clan was renowned for being devils with extraordinary affection. As such, they do not discriminate themselves from their servants and treated them like they were their own family. So the devils of the underworld always wanted to serve at the Grimoire clan, willingly. I like this clan, they look like they are all good people. And he was like that too. Naruto wanted to work with the Grimoire clan or at Lucifer's castle and always wanted to use his gifted people, so the offer wasn't bad at all. Searsex offering Naruto a chance to be a member of his peerage meant that he could protect Naruto better. Searsex's pieces were really popular among the devils because of how powerful they were, so if Naruto joined his peerage, people won't feel suspicion about his powers. Maybe other devils would believe that Naruto was a devil, but inside he was a completely normal human and without a sacred gear. This meant that having that much power could cause huge problems later on. After 5 minutes in thought, Naruto made up his mind. Searsex-san, will I see Rias-chan again, after becoming your servant? Naruto asked. Definitely. Kushina and Minato set out at the same time. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. Ria-tan always found some way to come visit me in the past. Then he smiled mysteriously, and now with you here, I guess I can meet my sister 24/7. Then I accept, Searsex-san. Naruto nodded his head and smiled when Searsex brought out his pieces. Rias had finished her stew. Dais with her personal tutor was ready to come visit Naruto again, with Akino and Kaneko following behind her. And the princess is back. Everyone cheered out in excitement. Naruto's condition hadn't gotten better at all in the previous week. She had hoped that he would wake up soon, so she could tell him the truth about her. She and Akino still felt slightly scared after that night, when Naruto stomped into her room and Was ready to kill her with his own hands, but after she found out he was manipulated by some evil master, Rias was really relieved that Naruto was still the same person she had laughed and played with. Despite everything the adults said about how they would take care of him, Rias still tried to come to his room whenever she had free time or didn't have to study or handle personal activities. Rias had tried to feed him the soup she learned from her mother, and usually fell asleep there until Grafia or her mother took Rias to her room. But no matter what happened, Rias always tried to visit him. "Ah tilde, this girl is so cute," Kushina cooed with the girl. "Damn, I think we should think about our grandchildren names soon." Minato scratched his chin. Like I said, no redhead could ignore Namikaze charm. Akeno had teased her about Naruto every chance she got. Her sadistic nature never left Rias alone when she was with Naruto or spaced out remembering about him. Man, Naruto sure is a lucky bastard. When Kiba finished that sentence, his sister Hana immediately hit him across the back of his head. What? It's true. What worried Rias the most was that Akeno Fu. ND Naruto really cute and definitely wanted to get to know him when Naruto woke up. To make matters worse was that Naruto would want to know the real Himahima Akeno. Well, I guess so, there's something really wrong with this girl's personality. Kaneko on the other hand began to act strangely after feeling the power of Naruto. She said something about the power of Senjutsu. She had seen Kaneko sneak into Naruto's room before and just sat there with her eyes closed. But the strangest thing was that the little Nekomata brought out her cat ears and tail whenever she was around Naruto. Nekomata, cat ears and tail, which mean this girl was a yokai that turned into a devil. I agree. Shikaku nodded his head. When her brother asked the girl about Naruto, she had said that Naruto smelled like toad and fox at the same time. Also Kaneko could smell the faint scents of cat, turtle and a variety of animals from him, even slug and bug. First her, then Akeno, and now he captured Kaneko's attention without even trying. Someone is jealous here, mumbling something girls her age shouldn't say. Well, I really want to know what she said. Rias went off to Naruto's room and tried to find Song Iway to wake him up sooner, or maybe she should use her devil's pieces to help him recover faster. After all, they could even reincarnate someone already dead. Everyone turned silent at this information. Did she just said reincarnate someone already dead? Tsunade shuddered, remembered the jutsu that brought everyone, even Dan, back to live. Whoever created this system must be really powerful. Said seriously, to reincarnate the dead people, isn't it against the law? Rias had planned that when Naruto woke up and after revealing her true identity to him, she would make him her servant, so that he will never leave her side. She was really glad that her parents had forgiven Naruto's actions that night and really wanted to get to know the boy who had made their daughter so happy during the past few months. But when she already made her way to the corridor that led to Naruto's room, the purple sky outside began to darken and she felt that familiar feeling when Akeno and Kaneko were reincarnated into devils. And here she come. And that feeling was coming straight from Naruto's room, but the energy was 100 times stronger than her own. Quickly running to Naruto's room and bending her body down to avoid Soji and Beowulf, she pushed the door open and saw a blinding crimson light coming from the bed. Once her eyes got used to the light, she saw her brother and Grafia were standing beside Naruto, who was lying on the bed with 5 evil pieces hovering above him. She tried to scream out for her brother to stop, only for the evil pieces to fly into Naruto's chest and appear inside him and finally turn him into a devil in Searzex's peerage. When the crimson light died down, Naruto opened his eyes and sat up. Strange, I thought it would hurt or something like that. Naruto puts a hand on his chest and thought about it. He turned his head to Searzex but finally noticed Rias' appearance in the room. Rias-chan. The Crimson Mao and his maid turned around too, face with an angry Rias Grimori who was looking straight at her beloved brother with teary eyes with her cheeks bulging. Searzex would have screamed out, "Kawaii," and hugged his sister right there, but he knew exactly the reason for her anger and didn't want to upset her more. Yeah, he definitely cared deeply for his sister. Onitama, what did just you do? She muttered, dangerously. Someone really pissed here. You see, Ria-tan, Naruto had decided that he wanted to join my peerage. Searzex smiled playfully to his sister. and I had made him into one of my servants using the rest of my evil pieces. Cool, isn't it? A crimson aura began to appear around the little girl, her bangs shadowing her eyes. When Searsex opened his mouth to apologize to her, Rias looked up with an angry face and kicked her brother right between the legs. All the shinobi immediately covered their crotch and winced. They couldn't help but felt sorry for the Mao. Being kicked right between the legs by his OWN sister was something Searsex definitely didn't want to think about. The kunoichi just smirked while looking at the book. Rias sure knew how to kick, even though she was still young at the time. Dai, Oni Baka. Naruto couldn't help but cross his legs and winced at the devastating attack he witnessed just now and looked at Searsex, who was writhing in agony on the floor, with pity. We pity you too. After a lot of tears of both pain and sadness from the brother, Grafia finally pulled her master out of the room and gave the two children some space. Rias just sat in the chair and looked at Naruto like he had betrayed her or something. So cute. Decided to break the silence, Naruto asked her the question he always wants to ask. So, you're Rias Gremory? Naruto asked carefully, as he didn't want to anger her more or something. Rias looked at Naruto with a surprised face, then looked away with shame-filled eyes. She knew that lying to your friend, especially Naruto who had become an important person to her, was bad. Really bad. She tried to find the right words to answer him. After all, she just wanted to make friend with Naruto, a normal friend, with whom she could just be a child with. This girl was innocent. Sarutobi nodded his head. I hardly saw any princess like that at our WFECT girl for Naruto. Ino grinned together with Tenten. But she felt Naruto's hand in her head and she looked up to see the smiling face of Naruto. Don't worry, Rias-chan, no matter who you are, you will always be my first friend. Naruto said, then grinned, making Rias's eyes lighten up. Her cheeks reddened and the princess finally broke into a smile. If we're friends, just call me Rias-chan like you used to, even in public, okay? Rias said to Naruto when he took his hand from her head. Naruto looked at her curiously. After all, he just a servant of her brother and she is the princess, the next heiress of a big clan. He didn't know if calling her like that in public is okay now. Considering that he had knows about her status now. But if she wanted it, then he will do as her command. Okay, Rias-chan. Naruto and Rias talked about a lot of things till afternoon, when Naruto finally could get out of the bed. Followed Rias through the corridors of the Lucifer's castle and finally made their way to the main dining room. Rias stepped in first. Naruto took a deep breath and followed behind her. Looking around the main dining room, he saw a lot of maids and servants were being ordered by Grafia and running past him to set up the food on the table for the Gremory family. Rias had been ordered from her family to bring Naruto here with her, so he would eat dinner with the rest of her family. He could see that the man sitting at the head table with a warm smile watching him carefully was Rias's father. Lord Gremory and the woman sat there beside him were Rias's mother, who looked like an older version of Rias with the exception of her shorter hair. Both of them were looking directly at Naruto, making him feel slightly nervous and self-conscious. It was like meeting her parents before the marriage, wasn't it? Minato and the other roared out in laughter. Man, I felt sorry for my son. And then there were the two girls that sat near Rias. One of them was around the same age as Rias with very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair being tied in a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs with two strands sticking out from the top and sloping backwards with a blue ribbon keeping it in place. Her face was really cute, yet a lot mature than Rias thanks to her ponytail. The most noticeable of her appearance was her asset, which was a little bigger than a normal girl her age should have. The girl looked at him with a smile on her face and winked at him when she saw his eyes landing on her. And here another girl interesting in Naruto. Why'd I felt there will be more of them? Kiba muttered. Even though it was just a statement, everyone couldn't help but agreed with him. The next girl was a really cute little girl around 10 years of age with white hair and hazel eyes. At the front, her hair has two long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. The girl was looking at him with a blank expression on her face, making it kind of hard to tell what she was thinking in her head at the moment. But Naruto felt the energy coming from her very familiar. Kaneko-chan definitely have the natural energy stored inside her. Jiraiya explained to everyone. Ah, Naruto-kun, Sears said from behind him when he stepped inside the room. Naruto turned his head to see the Crimson Lucifer smiling at him and kindly said, "Now, follow me, you will sit next to me Naruto-kun." Naruto quickly followed Sears to the table and sat down next to him. His seat was opposite to the white-haired girl, who still didn't take her eyes away from him but then again, except for Graphia and the servants. Everybody in this room were looking at him with curiosity. But he could see it wasn't just curiosity in the gaze from the black-haired girl's eyes. "I think I know what that look in her eyes," Mei said with a smile. With a personality like that, she definitely wore a lustful look. Oh man, Naruto was in deep trouble now. "Tu-sama, Ka-sama," Sears said from his seat. And motioned his hand to the blonde boy. "Let me introduce you to my newest servant, Naruto Uzumaki." Both parents didn't seem so surprised about the news. Naruto guessed maybe Sears had told them beforehand that he was going to make Naruto his servant by using his devil's pieces. "Naruto, a pleasure to meet you. My name is Joseph Grimori, current head of the Grimori clan." Rias, father stood up and Naruto quickly did the same. Both of them shook each other's hand with a smile on their face. "Me too, Grimori-sama. A pleasure to meet you Naruto-san. My name is Venelana Grimori." Venelana stood up and said to Naruto and offered her hand to him. He just shook it like with Lord Grimori, making his wife smiled a little and gaining a chuckle from Sears. "Huh, why?" Lee said out loud. He couldn't understand why the lady of Grimori clan smiled and also gained a chuckle from Sears when Naruto shook her hands like that. "You see Lee-kun," Tenten explained to her teammates, "when a lady offer you her hand, you should kiss it. Not shake her hand like normal." "Oh, so that's why. The pleasure is mine, Venelana-sama." When Graphia finally finished her duties, she came and stood behind Sears as usual. The servant began to put dinner on the table and Naruto could feel that he was really hungry and wanted nothing more than dig in and eat his food. But this was a high-class dinner, so he guessed he had to act like someone had proper manners. It's still hard to believe that Naruto have manner when he was eating. Iruka chuckled alongside with Jiraiya, Ebisu and Kakashi, the ones that had eaten ramen with him before. When everybody began to eat their food, Naruto tried to eat as slow as he could. He could feel two sets of eyes looking at him directly and knew exactly who they belongs to. Graphia and Venelana, no doubt about it. "So, Naruto-san, can you tell us more about yourself?" Venelana broke the silence. "Yeah, Venelana-sama." Naruto swallowed the food in his throat and said, "There is not much about me really. As far as I remembered I had been living on the streets since I was 2 years old, traveled here and there until I stopped here at Lilith to try find a job or someplace that accepted me but sadly that no one wants to take in a 10-years-old kid. That's all that happened to me until I met your daughter." Rias smiled brightly when she heard that part. I guess there's still a lot of fake memories in his mind then. Shikaku thought out loud. Naruto had found out that the Grimori family was just like Rias. They were kind, warm and could become very funny in the male member's case. The dinner was enjoyable with delicious food, good drinks and a lot of laughs as Rias told them about her studies with her tutor and her magical power training. Speaking of training, an hour after the dinner, Naruto came face to face with Beowulf, the descendant of the hero Beowulf and also Sears spawn just like him. So, Naruto was a pawns then. It might suit him the most. He could be really fast when he in Biju mode, great defend, power, brutal strength and stamina when in Sage mode, and also held massive amount of chakra. Shikamaru chuckled. It's a shame he wasn't the queen. Ino instantly hit his stomach with her elbow. Idiot, don't say something creepy like that. How can a male be a queen? Ino scolded at her teammates. He has the appearance of a man in his mid-20s with brown hair and was one of the top 5 pawns in the underworld, which meant he was extremely powerful. Sears had decided they should test Naruto's power and the boy he should go all out against someone like Beowulf. Graphia was standing outside with her hand raised to create a barrier, to protect the Lucifer's castle against Beowulf's strength, but as when she cast her spells, Graphia's eyes kept glancing at Naruto. That mean the barrier was protecting them from Naruto, not Beowulf. Well, I can blame her at all. After witness what Naruto could do, she probably did something like that. Minato chuckled slightly. He will show them his power. Everyone was getting excited from an upcoming battle between their hero and Beowulf. This time, Naruto was himself and Beowulf won't underestimate him anymore. This will be an excited spar. Rias was sitting in a chair behind the barrier with Akino and Kaneko. Even though she knew that Naruto had defeated all the members of her brother's peerage that night, she also knew that they had underestimated him and there was no way Beowulf will make the same mistake again. She was really worried for Naruto and hoped Beowulf didn't hurt him much. The rest of Sirzex's peerage came to see their newest comrade in action. Even though they saw Naruto's power with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe he held that much power at such a young age. McGregor had done some research about humans who could use senjutsu and found out Naruto was what ancient humans called sage. Now, if you two ready, then begin. Just as Sirzex said that, Naruto instantly slammed his palm to the ground with some strange words spreading out everywhere, and in a puff of smoke, a tri-pronged kunai appeared on the ground. Naruto slowly picked it up and pointed it at Beowulf. Yes, Minato yelled in excitement. He even stood up and put his hand on the air. Of all the power that Silver Man gave Naruto, this was the best. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Minato continued to yell in happiness. What happened to him? Soon turned to Kushina and asked, earning a giggle from the red-haired woman. Minato-kun always wanted to teach Naruto the Hiraishin when he grew up. Kushina smiled at her husband, who was being congratulated by his sensei, Jiraiya. Now, Naruto is using his signature's move. I guess he is really happy now. After listening to what Kushina just said, everybody began to congratulate a very happy Minato, who always wanted to pass his signature's jutsu to Naruto. Now it was like his dream had came true. After everyone had settled down again, Tobirama nodded his head and returned to the book. He guessed he shouldn't let them, especially Minato, wait anymore. Naruto-kun, do you ally think you can defeat me with that little knife? Oh ho, just wait a moment, Beowulf-san, that little knife will become a great trouble for you. Minato smirked deviously, while really impressed with the trick the kid had just used to summon the kunai. He also felt kind of put off that Naruto didn't use those powers from that night. He really wanted to test out the real strength of a sage and his power in senjutsu. But the pawn of Sirzex knew better than underestimate Naruto. We will see about that. Naruto smirked confidently and readied himself to pull the first trick he found out when he was 4 years old. This trick had helped him a lot in stealing food, and was one of the most useful trick he had to help him survive. However, this was the first time he had used it in combat. Let's see what you got, kid. Beowulf smirked and ran with blinding speed at the boy tried to punch him, but Naruto had seen through it and stepped out of the way to avoid the strong punch. He used his kunai to slash him, but Beowulf had caught his wrist and put some force into his grip, making Naruto yell out in pain and drop the kunai. He grabbed Naruto's collar and threw him high into the sky, making the spectators look in worry. Naruto-kun, Kushina said in worry. Don't worry, Kushina-chan, remember that the kunai was on the ground. Come on, kid, is that all you got? Beowulf shouted out excitedly and lowered his body down, ready to jump up. But his eyes widened when Naruto's body instantly disappeared in the sky and he felt a hard punch in the back of his head a millisecond after Naruto had disappeared. That is what I was talking about. Minato screamed out in victorious. What happened? Rias asked wide-eyed when Naruto just disappeared in the sky like that. And she heard that strange sound. She looked back to the ground and saw Beowulf being punched by Naruto in the back of his head. Sirzex didn't answer his sister's question. He was just like the others who didn't understand what happened. He didn't feel Naruto move when he was in the sky at all. He also knew that there was no teleportation magic used. The boy couldn't just disappear, only to reappear instantly on the ground and punch Beowulf without him noticing like that. When Beowulf jumped back a little to make distance with Naruto, the blonde sure knew how to punch. It wasn't enough to knock him out, but Beowulf could feel the force behind that punch. Give or take a few years, the boy could take out a high-class devil with only his sheer strength alone. Picking up the kunai, Naruto pointed it to Beowulf again. This time with a smile on his face. What is it, Beowulf ni-sama? Feeling tired already? A few members of Searsex's peerage chuckle at Naruto's banter. Well, I will let you attack me this time. Let's see what you got. Beowulf smirked when Naruto threw the kunai at him. With the speed Naruto had thrown it, Beowulf just had to sidestep and the kunai would pass through him harmlessly. But just when the blade passed him, Naruto had appeared right in front of him in a yellow flash and caught the kunai before punching the older pawn in the face, instantly snapping his head back. Beowulf tried to kick him, but Naruto had let go of the kunai, making it fall to the ground and disappeared again, only to reappear at Beowulf's left side and punched him in his right leg. Again, the brown hair man tried to catch the boy, only for him to disappear with the same movement with his kunai and reappeared at his right side and punched him on the other leg. Whenever he disappeared, he always drops that kunai. Beowulf thought in his mind when Naruto continued to punch him everywhere, doing the same movement, and he always reappears where the kunai is, that's it. Smirking, Beowulf prepared for Naruto's attack. When Naruto dropped the kunai again, he quickly caught it and threw it to the other side where the ground was uneven. When Naruto had disappeared again, but this time, Naruto lost his balance and fell face first to the ground where the kunai was located. Jiraiya along with Tsunade and Kushina broke down to laughter, while Minato huffed and looked away and everyone looked at them in confusion. Sorry, Kushina tried to control herself. It's just Minato-kun made the same mistake when he spared with Jiraiya-sama long ago, before he mastered the Hiraishin. Oh, everyone realized and beginning to laugh at the fourth Hokage, who was beginning to get irked. Aha! I was right, kid. Beowulf screamed out in victory when Naruto tried to get up. That kunai is the secret of your trick, kid. You can teleport to wherever that kunai is, kid. That's why you could move that fast and you fell face first to the ground when I threw the kunai away from me because you didn't anticipate the kunai will go that direction. Beowulf-san must be really smart and experienced to realize the secret that fast. Tobirama stopped and thought about it a little before continue. So that's why. Searsex nodded his head in agreement. He had felt something strange about that kunai and could see some strange kanji on the handle from the beginning, but thought it was just the name of the kunai. Searsex had thought that the kunai was just a normal weapon, he couldn't think it was a mark, so that Naruto could teleport to its location. But still, moving at that speed with just a kunai, this power could come in very handy in the future. Who knows what Naruto can do when he masters it? He probably could use multiple kunai at the same time to face Beowulf through, increasing his combat powers immensely. Cursing out under his breath, Naruto didn't want to reveal more of his power, he wanted to defeat his senpai with just this skill alone. Smirking evilly, Naruto began to put his hand to the ground again. I know what he was going to do now. Hey Beowulf ni-sama, Naruto asked, his evil smirk beginning to widen, you want me to defeat you or humiliate you? What did you say, naked back? I couldn't hear you. Then so be it. Naruto finished and put his energy into his palm. The marks appeared on the ground again, and in a puff of smoke, in front of Naruto was dozens of the same kunai. He picked all the kunai up and smirked. The prankster is back. Hiba screamed out in excitement. Oh man, I missed that Naruto. Iruka chuckled slightly, remembered all the time he chased Naruto because of all the pranks he pulled on other people to gain their attention. Wait, Naruto-kun. Beowulf paled immediately. With that much kunai, he wouldn't be able to predict where Naruto would teleport to. Plus with the smirk on his face, he felt the kid had some evil plan in his head. I was just joking. Hey, no need to get angry, it was just a joke. Yes, a joke. On the sidelines, Searsex was thinking. Never mind. Too late. Naruto smirked and two puffs of smoke appeared beside him to reveal two exact copies of Naruto standing there with the same smirk on their faces. The spectators gasped out in shock at the boy's power, especially Kaneko. If she was right, these were shadow clones, her sister had told her all about ninjutsu after all. Let's do it, boys. Yeah, boss. The clones screamed out and began to throw the kunais everywhere alongside the real Naruto. Beowulf's eyes widened when a few seconds later, the whole area was filled with tri-pronged kunais, creating the perfect battlefield for Naruto. The clones disappeared and Naruto held his own kunai tightly in his hand and said out seriously. "Let's the game begin." Minato said out, finally sealed the fate of Beowulf. Tobirama looked at the next statement and chuckled. "Let the game begin," and then disappeared in a flash of yellow. "He's definitely your son, Minato-kun." Kushina kiss. Ed her husband playfully while everyone was roaring in laughter at the same speech of the father and son. Outside the barrier, the spectators saw nothing but blinding flashes of yellow around Beowulf. So fast that even Soji found it hard to keep up with the boy's speed. Inside the barrier, Naruto was punching Beowulf while teleporting all around like there was no tomorrow. The older pawn tried to catch him but failed as the boy was too fast. Darkness began slowly filling his vision as he was getting weaker until finally Beowulf lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Naruto reappeared in front of Beowulf's unconscious body and fell to his knee, breathing hard. His power was really tiring to use and this was the first time he had used his kunai this many times. Still kneeling, he could feel his consciousness slowly drifting away from his body and began to fall to the ground. The last thing he saw was a mass of crimson hair before darkness completely took him. Everyone cheered out at Naruto's victory while Minato calmed Kushina down, saying that it was just chakra's exhaustion and he should be fine. Naruto woke up the second time in a day but this time, he could see he was in someone else's room. The room was really girly with pink all over the place. There were a lot of teddy bear and all kinds of stuffed animals. In the middle of the room was a flat-screen TV and DVD player. Next to the TV was a large bookcase filled with books, which by the look of it were manga books. "Yufufu, Naruto, you lucky bastard." Jiraiya smiled slyly. "Oh, Naruto-kun, you woken up." Naruto looked towards the sound and saw Rias sitting on a chair facing a large mirror and brushing her crimson hair with a pink comb with her looking very happy. "Rias-chan, why am I in your room?" Naruto asked in confusion. "Oh, I had asked my parents if you could sleep with me." Rias smiled happily, and guess what, they accepted, but I think Onitama wasn't happy about that. Oh well. She stood up and began to take off her clothes, making Naruto blush furiously and turn away. Everyone didn't know they should feel jealous or sorry for Naruto, they just said they're silent while blood was flowing down Jiraiya's nose. "Hey, what are you doing?" He tried not to scream out, it was nighttime and he didn't want to wake up everybody here. "Oh, I can't sleep with my clothes on, Naruto-kun." She answered him with her own smile, her cheeks reddening a little when she finished taking off her clothes and climbed onto the bed and hugged Naruto tightly, making Naruto's cheeks even redder than before. "What? You have a problem with it?" she asked with a glare. I want to scold Rias-chan, but," Kushina muttered, she really wanted grandchild, but was this a little too soon? No, of course not. Naruto quickly defended himself. "I hope she changes her mind in the future. I mean, she wouldn't want to sleep with a boy while naked in the future, would she?" Naruto asked himself in his mind and didn't know how wrong he was. She has the curves, which means she would be extremely sexy in the future. Imagine Naruto, sleep with her every night, and then... ! Before he could finish it, Jiraiya was immediately punched in the nose by an angry Tsunade, knocking him unconscious and broke his nose in the process. "Hey, Naruto-kun, promise me that you will never leave my side, and never do anything that will worry me." "Rias, promise me," Rias said softly and hugged him even tighter, "just like when we promised each other that day." She brought out her pinky finger and showed it to Naruto. The boy looked at her curiously but smiled and nodded his head. "I promise." He hooked his finger to hers and the two of them smiled brightly. That's the end of this chapter. The end of this chapter. The second Hokage closed the book and handed it to the smiling Sarutobi, who was ready to read the next chapter. "Oh, finally," Minato said with pride in his voice, "I'm so proud of him." Well, of all the things that Silver Hand done to Naruto, I think giving him Hirushun was one of the best things, isn't it? Kakashi chuckled seeing his teacher in so much happiness like this. "Well, shall we begin the next one?" the third Hokage asked. Yes, a year after Naruto joined Searsex's peerage, and a lot had changed since then. Now, Naruto had the same type of education than Rias when she was at home during the summer vacation, but his tutor was Venelana Grimori, Rias' mother herself. She wanted a member of her oldest child's peerage to have the proper education and manners alike. And she kept muttering something about the future if things turned for the best with Naruto and Rias. Venelana had proved herself that she was a very strict tutor, and wouldn't forgive Naruto if he didn't repeat exactly what she was teaching him and wanted nothing but perfection. But thanks to this, Naruto could finally remember the high-class society, their ways, and what he needed to attend a high-class party. Naruto also remembered the name of the 72 Pillars of the Devil. He had managed to do it in just 1 month. Wow, Venelana-san must be really good, or she was an extremely strict. Iruka said amazement at Rias's mother. He still remembered all the years and days Naruto was still a student at the academy. He had a really hard time trying to teach Naruto all basic thing about how to become a genin. Well, she is an high-class lady after all. Ino nodded her head. At least we knew that someone had taken care about Naruto's school work. I don't even want to think about what problems he will bring to their school. A few people, mainly the rookie 9 and the one that used to teach Naruto, chuckled. Even the third Hokage have to hold the laughter back. He missed all the years Naruto came to his office and screaming about being the next Hokage. After letting everyone enjoy the moment, he looked at the book and continued to read. When the summer vacation reached its end, Rias had cried a lot because she had thought that she wouldn't be able to see Naruto in a whole year. Because she had school, she would be really busy and didn't have time to play with Naruto anymore. But her parents had calmed her by letting Naruto come with them to their home. The next heiress of the Grimori clan was Super Hapll the Kunoichi cooed excitedly. Rias never stopped. Had amazed them about her feeling for Naruto. Also in that year span, Naruto knew a lot more about Rias, and he wasn't that surprised when he found out Rias was an otaku, because he had seen her adding manga before when she had time or Naruto was busy. She even had a big collection of manga, anime and cosplay costumes. She even made him watch anime with her until midnight and would fell asleep with her head on his shoulder. She even had a few manga and anime. Children her ages shouldn't read or watch. But then again, she was a devil, so he guessed this kind of things were not really important to her. Don't tell me that girl read the same type of book Jiraiya-sama was writing. Tsunade looked to a grinning Jiraiya, who have just woken up earlier. Well, it's good to know that she's not a completely innocent girl. A little classic literature won't hurt. The Toad Sennin chuckled but have to crouch down to dodge the hard punch coming from his short temple's teammate. Naruto was walking through the corridor of the castle while carrying a big box in his hand. This box was something that Lord Grimori wanted to be delivered at the mail, so he told Naruto if he could do it for him. The box was pretty heavy and made him wonder what was inside of it. But thanks to his newfound strength, he could carry this box without problems. Rias was at school at the moment. She had to attend some meeting that only the high-class devils could attend. Naruto knocked at the door of Lord Grimori's room before open it. Grimori-san. Naruto called out to the man who was doing some paperwork at his table. The man looked up and smiled at Naruto. I delivered the package, said Naruto. He had become very comfortable around Rias's parents. They had taken care of him like their own son for a whole year. Venelana had tried to make him call her Okawa-sama a few times, but Naruto would always refuse the generous offer, saying that he still didn't have the right to call her Okawa-sama. But Rias's mother had said that maybe someday he would call her like that, showing a mysterious smile. Oh, Kushina blinked while the other just stares at the book in surprise. I'm very grateful that Venelana-san and Grimori-san took good care of Naruto, but made him calling her Ka-sama wasn't a bit too soon. That's mean she trusted Naruto. Minato smiled. That all we need now, a loving family who cared for him. Kushina looked at her husband and nodded her head. They always wanted to be the one that giving Naruto the things he need, a loving family that care for him, but seeing that Grimori clan was doing that job for maybe even better, Kushina couldn't help but felt relief. A mother always wants the best things for their children after all. Ah, thank you Naruto-kun. Lord Grimoire smiled to the blonde-haired boy. Naruto had become a part of his family around a month after he came here. Now he saw the boy as one of his own. Naruto was truly a child that anyone could wish for, kind and full of happiness. The servants at the castle, especially the maids, really like him, because he would always help them whenever he had the chance. Watching Naruto made the parents remember when Circex was still a child. Your job is done, Naruto-kun, but I have one more favor to ask you. What is it, Grimoire-san? Naruto asked curiously. Lord Grimoire opened a drawer from his desk and took out a letter. Had the crimson symbols of the Grimoire clan on the back. Please deliver this letter to the head of Citri clan as soon as possible. He handed him the letter and smiled. You can go now, Naruto-kun. And I still need to finish all this paperwork, said Lord Grimoire with a sigh and looked at the massive stacks of paper in front of him. We know you're feeling, Grimoire-san. All the cage said at the same time with their heads hung low. Paperwork was the nightmare of being a cage, it's followed them no matter where they went. I hoped Grimoire-san could finish it. By the sound of it, it must be a lot of them. Minato smiled pitifully at the Hokage. He always wonders why neither of them used shadow clones in paperwork. Kushina had showed him the way when he was ready to become the fourth Hokage. He could spend some more time with her. But oh well, he guessed he would let them figure it out themselves. Trying not to laugh, Naruto said goodbye and went to the nearest station to go to the Citri territory. He still had some problems with the teleport spell. McGregor had said that he had too much magic reserves inside his body and little to no control over it, but it was different when he used his own powers and not the devil ones. So he couldn't use the transportation spell, unless he wanted to appear somewhere he didn't know, or worse, the fallen angel territory. So, no matter where he went, that problems always stick with him. Kakashi sighed heavily, making everyone chuckle. Well, I have that chakra problem too, Kushina said, pointing at herself. It's a Uzumaki's thing. Arama explained to them. Their chakra reserve was really big, maybe 3 or 4 times bigger than a normal shinobi, I think. He said, much to the shock of the others, except for Kakashi, who already know about Naruto's chakra reserves. Naruto had known a lot about the Citri household by Venelana's lesson when she was talking about the 72 pillars. Citri was the house that gave birth the current Leviathan. Members of the Citri clan were specialized in water-based magic. The Citri territory was also known for its richness in nature, having the most nature reserves among the few territories belonging to high-class devils. Citri, so they are one of the most powerful clan like the Grimoire, Tsunade said, and a clan that produced the current Leviathan, too. What's the current Leviathan's named again? Seraphal Leviathan from the Citri clan. Jiraiya answered. Why do I have the feeling that Naruto was going to meet this? Mao, Hiba said with a frown. Everybody just looked at him for a moment, then returned to the book. All of them also have the same thought, like the youngest child of the Inuzuka clan. The Citri clan is also known to be one of the few territories have advanced medical facilities and also having one of the most famous hospitals in the underworld. Even Naruto's brain damage was cured at the most advanced hospital there. After 45 minutes of waiting, Naruto finally arrived at the Citri territory. It was exactly as he had read about it. This place were filled with so much green, he could see the forest from here, and a part of him Lieutenant that he wouldn't mind living here for the rest of his life. Naruto felt nothing but peace while being here. It sounded like Konoha, a place filled with tree and forest. Gaara said calmly. Everyone nodded their head in agreement. Actually, it's my work, you know. Hashirama laughed and brought his chest out in pride, while the second Hokage just shook his head at his brother's childishness. I have created the forest of Konoha by my Mokuden jutsu. He finished with a grin, but his expression turned upside down when he saw everyone was looking at the book, pretending he wasn't there at all. From the station, Naruto began to walk at the Citri's castle, hoping that the head of the Citri clan was at home. Based on what Akeno had told him about the daughter of Citri clan, she was a good friend of Rias and had some kind of rivalry with her. Naruto could still remember the last time he was here, and it was while traveling in an ambulance that was driving him to the hospital. Ad doctor even said that he needed the best medical equipment they could get for him. After 20 minutes of walking, Naruto finally reached his destination. He could have run and made it there in a few minutes, but Naruto wanted to see the city. He could see that the Citri family was as rich and powerful as the Grimoire clan. They were, after all, one of the most powerful family of the 72 pillars. From what he had heard about the current Leviathan, he knew that she was a girl around Sirzek's age, and in the underworld. Not only that, Graphia used to challenge her for the title of Leviathan, and their fight had completely frozen the underworld, but Leviathan had won in the end. Wow, everyone said in surprise, but most of them paled instantly. We knew that Graphia was strong, but on par with Amao. She must be really, really strong. Not to mention their battles had completely frozen the underworld. Jiraiya looked thoughtful for a moment. And if Sirzek managed to make her his queen, then I don't want to think about how strong he really was. Color began to drain from everyone. To think that Naruto had faced two of the most powerful being they had ever heard about and still alive. It was nothing but amazing to them. Naruto had done some research about the Citri family and found out their specialty was the use of water-based magic, but if Graphia and this, Levia, then, had fought and freeze the underworld, then that meant that Leviathan's magic was ice-based magic, which is somehow different than his or her family's trademark magic. When Naruto was near the gate, he felt a gust of wind behind him and turned around, only to see a pink blur ran past him. With extreme speed, nearly knocking him to the ground with the speed alone, this pink blur was going straight to the castle. What the hell is that? Naruto asked. The only person he knew with that kind of speed was Soji. So-tan. A girlish scream rang out from the castle. Naruto wondered who was S. He and that she had a powerful set of lungs to scream that loud. The castle was really big and had a massive garden, and he could still hear that girl's voice clearly. Wow, this must be the Leviathan. Kushina giggled. She must be finding her sister. This girl, Satan, must be the daughter Naruto was talking about. Yeah. Then slammed his hand onto the table, making everyone flinched in surprise. Damn it. Why did all the crazy powerful devils we have heard about was all childish, having problem with sister complex? Can I find someone with a little more brain in their head? He roared. Well, with all that muscles, I wonder what about your brain? Raikage-sama. Meitarumi giggled, making the Raikage even more angrier than before, while everyone around them roared out in laughter. Then though a few of them gulped nervously at the auburn-haired woman's speech. When the door opened for him, Naruto began to walk inside and inform the guard about the message he had to deliver to the head of the Citri house. At first they didn't trust him, but after seeing the symbol of the Grimoire, they had let him in. The castle of the Citri clan was as big as Grimoire's, while inside the Grimoire castle was decorated mostly red. The Citri castle was mostly blue. Even the maids and servants here were wearing a blue outfit with the symbol of Citri on their chest. Talking about the maids, Naruto old hear a lot of giggles that came from them. Also he would notice how they were throwing glances to him, and began to feel a little uncomfortable. Namikaze charm, we know. Kushina suddenly said before her husband could said anything, making everyone once again busted out in laughter. The loud noise made Sasuke and Sakura woke up with a massive headache. B truly didn't hold back at all when he knocked them out. It was just like the first month at the Grimoire castle. All the younger maids there were always glancing at him and would bust out in giggles whenever he looked back. It lasted for a month until Rias had put a stop to it with the help of Akeno, and it was the first time he had ever seen those two actually agree in something. Well, nothing was more dangerous than the combination of the two love-struck devils. Jiraiya giggled in a very pervert way. While Naruto was wondering where the head of the Citri was, he heard someone coming from behind him and jumped onto him on purpose. Acting quickly, Naruto crouched down and that person flew past his head harmlessly and fell face first onto the ground. The problem was that that jumped was a girl wearing a very short skirt, so when she fell to the ground, her skirt was lifted up to her hip, exposing her white panties for Naruto's naked eyes. Look away, Naruto-kun, you have a girlfriend. Kushina yelled out loudly, while the males were cheering for him. Lucky bastard. Kiba smirked. Naruto had gone a long way since the day the two of them facing each other at their first Chunin exam. If this girl was the Leviathan, I won't be surprised that much. Kakashi said lazily, while most of them agree with him. Ouch. That hurt. The girl moaned out and trying to stand up. Naruto was trying to look away from the view the girl was giving him. Who? Trying, that's mean. He took glance at them. Jiraiya yelled out, "Attaboy, you're truly my student. Can I?" Tsunade cracked her knuckles dangerously, her eyes looked like the eyes of a predator. Please calm down, Tsunade-sama. Shizune smiled nervously while trying to calm the fifth Hokage down. Save it for later, Tsunade-sama. Gaara said calmly. He wanted to hear more about his best friend, not the sound of a hard punch to the gut and the sound of crashing body into the wall. Are you okay? Said Naruto trying to look away. Quickly he stood up and went to help the girl in question by offering her a hand. True to Naruto's describe of Seraphol, the image of the Leviathan appeared in front of everyone. She was doing some childish pose. But looked extremely sexy to the pervert like Jiraiya, said Senin immediately suffered a hard nosebleed. This day was the best day of his life. He just wished he was alive so he could use these Ville's images and personality for his smut novel. Another female's girl with extremely beauty, even though she have a childish appearance. Tsunade sighed while her fist was smoking. Behind her was an unconscious Jiraiya with a large bump on his head. If this girl keep appear like this, she might crack his skull with her strength and most likely kill him, even though he was dead already. Hello. Naruto greeted her with a smile. But the girl was glaring at him like he had taken something important from her. Where is Sotan Tilda? She asked him while looking directly at his eyes. Her face was so close to him that if he were to move just a little, his nose would touch her. You're hiding her, aren't you? She asked with a glare. That was when Naruto felt that something was not right. The temperature around the castle began to drop at a really fast pace. An overprotective older sister, this girl might be even more than Searzek-san. Kushina said with a frown. I don't know, what are you talking about? Naruto tried to defend himself. He took a step back, but the girl also moves forward. Don't lie to me. The girl tried to grab him, but Naruto had decided to run away from the crazy magical girl. He could hear the girl was running right behind him while shouting for him to stop. Oh no. He quickly summoned the tri-prongs kunai in his hand when he realized the blur he saw a few minutes ago was this girl. And she was extremely fast. Before he could throw the kunai, an ice wall had appeared right in front of him and his eyes widened in shock. A girl in the Cetri clan had used ice-based magic. There was only one Cetri that could do that. Seraphol Leviathan, said Naruto, stopping dead on his track when he realized who was chasing him. But he didn't know that Seraphol was still running and crashed straight into him when he suddenly stopped. He felt something very soft that contacted to the back of his head, but this time he was prepared for it. Naruto quickly regained his balance before he could fall to the ground. You are tougher than I expected. Tilda, the magical girl, now named Seraphol, quickly left his back with a confused look on her face. Well, now spill out, where is my Sotan? Leviathan-sama. Naruto turned around and said with a serious voice, I don't know, what are you talking about, and I didn't hide your Sotan. Naruto pulled the letter out of his POC. Ket and showed it to the Mao. I'm here to deliver this message to you, Cetri clan, Lord Cetri. Seraphol tilted her head to the side and took the letter from him. Head straight to the point. Good. A nodded his head. At least the childishness was gone, for now. This was the first time he had ever seen the Mao Seraphol Leviathan, and she didn't look like what he had expected. But Naruto knew better than judge a Mao by their appearance. After all, he had learned that the hard way that most of the time crazier and weirder people are always the strong ones. Take Searzek for an example, and now Seraphol too. We totally agree with you, my boy. Smirked while his brother was rapping about how cool the Devils was, while everyone around him chuckled loudly. Okay. Tilda, her hand the letter back to Naruto with a smile. But do you know where Sotan is? I had been looking for her everywhere. Tilda. Say, Leviathan-sama, by any chance this Sotan is your sister? Asked Naruto, getting a nod from here. Then she must be at school at the moment. Said Naruto, trying to calm Seraphol. How did you know that Sotan was at school? Seraphol asked again. This time her playfulness tone was gone. Are you Stalker that followed my sister. I knew she was really cute, said Serafal, but was quickly interrupted by Naruto. Ah, no, Leviathan-sama, my friend Rias Grimori happened to attend at the same meeting as your sister, said Naruto. The Mao looked at Naruto up and down and finally realizing something. So you must be Naruto Uzumaki tilde, Sears X-chan newest pawn tilde, Serafal said, it's so good that I can finally meet you tilde, you're so cute. Then she beginning to do some pose and finished with a wink, and it looked somehow familiar to him, maybe he had seen those movements somewhere before. My name is Serafal Leviathan tilde. But you could call me Sarah-chan tilde, or Leviathan tilde. Because I'm the great magical girl Leviathan. Tilde. This girl sound like Princess Koyuki, doesn't she? Kakashi muttered quietly. She sound like a person have her own TV show. That's it. Now Naruto remembered where all those poses came from. It was from the TV show Miracle Leviathan. Rias had made him watch that anime with her every Saturday, and the main heroine was a magical girl who would fight the evil forces to protect justice. While it was a little childish, Naruto knew that the children of the underworld really loved the show, and maybe even the adult, considering that the main heroine was really sexy. Yep, I totally agree now, Kakashi said while nodding. Nar-chan, Mo tilde, why don't you ask me for my photograph tilde? Everyone always asked for my photograph when they see me tilde. She must be really popular. The Mao suddenly hugged Naruto really tight. Ah tilde, I always wanted to meet you Nar-chan, you look so cute with the whiskers marks tilde, please. Just call me Sarah-chan or Leviathan, okay. She began to bring her hand to his cheeks and caressed his whisker marks. Damn, I was right, he have another girl following him. Naruto's cheeks began to redden. While Searsex was childish, he didn't know that someone could be even more childish than him. The strongest female of the underworld was playing with his whiskers with excitement. He wanted to make her stop, but afraid to make her upset he let her do what she wanted, but instantly remembered about his job here, so he took a step back. Sorry Sarah-chan. The magical Mao eyes shone with happiness when he called her that, but I need to deliver this message to your father. Sorry Nar-chan, tilde, Serafal smiled brightly to him, but my father isn't home now, so if you want, you could give the letter to me, I will give it to my father letter tilde. Oh, thank you Sarah-chan. Naruto lowered his head down to thank her and gave her the letter. Even though Serafal was smiling brightly and didn't look like it, she was eyeing the blonde-haired boy before her carefully. She had heard about Naruto from Searsex and found out a lot about him. After all, as the Mao in charge of foreign affair. Someone like her was in charge of foreign affair. Sasuke said with a sneeze. He just woke up recently and saw that everyone was talking about a childish Ikal girl Mao. This world must be a mess when they let someone like that did some important job. I don't think so Sasuke. Kakashi's voice cut off Sasuke's speech. Don't underestimate a Mao, they maybe didn't look much. But I know Serafal-san knew what she was doing. I agree with Kakashi-sensei. Uchiha, now if you please, everyone wants to hear more about Naruto. Kiba said while Akamaru barked angrily at the last Uchiha. She had asked everyone about Naruto as carefully as she could, but Serafal still hadn't found out much about him. This boy before her was full of mystery and even more his power. This boy came out of nowhere and took out the strongest peerage in the underworld with ease. Well, if they didn't underestimate Naruto-kun, then he would be dead by now. Kushina said, terrified at the thought. Don't worry Kushina, he is fine now. Tsunade said smiling at her student. She had heard that Rias and her peerage had some special feelings for him even though they were still very young. It was really common that the full adult female devil always was attracted to powerful males, and she wasn't an exception. TCH, then I must be drawing a lot of attention from those slut devils then. Sasuke roared in laughter while Sakura looked at him with a little hurt that he didn't give her much attention, but cheered for him nonetheless. Well, I don't think so Uchiha, if someone like you there. They probably kill you first then give you attention later. Kushina hissed with anger. This boy, he was so different than her best friend Makoto and the caring Itachi. And if you talk like that again, calling the devil girls with that word again, I promise to you that you won't live to see tomorrow. Her hair flowing everywhere in a very dangerous way, but her eyes was promising Sasuke the unimaginable pain he would suffer. Sasuke's face lost a bit of its color immediately at the threat. Kushina nodded her head to the third Hokage to continue, while everyone was cheering for her. Especially the rookie 9. She could see that when Naruto finally grows up, he could be very handsome and attractive, not to mention very powerful with Searzex's training, and could become ultimate class devil in no time. Just a few years and she might have to get out this childlike form and return to her true age to seduce him. Yufufufu. Jiraiya giggled. If her childlike foe, was like that, I really wanted to know what her adult form looked like. Ignored him. Tsunade muttered. But, from what Serafal-san said, it looks like these devils could change their appearance at will. They must have really long lifespan then. Shikaku said with interest in his voice. Unconsciously Serafal licked her lips at the thought. Another pervert. This girl will get along fine with Akano-chan. Kushina shuddered at the Mao's action. Sarah-chan, Sarah-chan. Naruto called her out loud while clicking his fingers in front of her, pulling her out of her dream. Thank you, but I have to go now. Serafal was looking around and only to see that she had created an ice wall on both sides of the corridor to prevent him got out. She let a small giggle out and clicked her finger, letting the ice slowly melt down. Her ice power was even better than Haku. Kakashi muttered. Naruto looked at her and smiled. Thank you, Sarah-chan. See you later. Naruto decided it was time to return to the castle. Rias was probably home and didn't want to upset her. Consider that they had planned a lot of things to play together. As soon as Naruto reached the gate, he felt someone's arms that re-linked into his and turned around only to come face to face with Serafal, who was looking at him with her big violet eyes. Sarah-chan, what are you doing? While he doesn't mind her presence at all, Naruto still was feeling a little nervous. Especially when one of the leaders of the underworld had linked her arms with his. That people passed by the castle recognized Serafal and found the kid who she was walking lucky. And full of youth too. Lee screamed out with fire in his eyes. Nar-chan, I want to escort you to the train station. You will let me, won't you? Said Serafal, while small tears were appearing at the corner of her eyes. Here we go, the legendary puppy dog eyes. Minato said while looking with his wife, who was glaring at him with a playful expression in her eyes. Of course, Sarah-chan. Please don't cry, said Naruto, panicking. A girl crying was something he didn't want to face ever again. He had learned it the hard way when he forgot Rias's birthday last year. The girl had cried all day and acted like she didn't know him or even acknowledge his presence when they were together in the same room. Naruto felt like he was in hell when it happened, which was quite ironic. Forget your girlfriend birthday. Kiba roared out in laughter. You sure have got Naruto. I feel pity for Rias-chan. Kushina said. Naruto-kun shouldn't forget her birthday like that. Well then Tilda, let's go Tilda. The Satan Mao said out loudly with excitement in her voice, completely forgetting about her sister, who happened to just arrive at home and was wondering where her immature sister was. Her sister must be really matured for her age then. Smiled. Finally he found some young and serious devils. The only ones he knew was serious were Venelana and Graphia, but both of them were all adult devils. Naruto and Serafal began to walk through the street of the city heading to the nearest station. When the magical Mao had asked him why he didn't use the teleportation spell for faster transporting, he had told her the truth about his magical energy, and the girl kind of felt sorry for him. Usually low-class devil didn't have much magical energy to the point that why couldn't use the magical seal to teleport, but in Naruto's case, his magical power was so large and uncontrollable that he would just overcharge the seal. Naruto got in the train. He could see that some children began to gather around Serafal asking for her photograph. Even though with so many people around her, she still managed to send him a wink and a smile when the train began to move. Naruto thought that even with the immature personality, Serafal was just a free spirit, someone who would do whatever she want. I agree with my son. Minato nodded his head. Leaders like Searzex and Serafal may be insanely strong and have strange personalities. They were all good people. They cared deeply for another living being. That was all we need. Everyone smiled and nodded their heads. The fourth Hokage was right and couldn't help but agreed with him. Yeah, Naruto will be safe with them. Jiraiya said smiling. Checking the clock, Naruto's eyes widened slightly. It was already very late and Rias was probably at home right now and looking everywhere for him. With no other choice, he decided to try and teleport himself to the castle. He had put a kunai in the castle just in case of emergencies. But to use it in such a long distance was gonna be really hard for him. Sometimes Naruto couldn't understand his magical reserve at all. People always said that he had an enormous reserve. Ian hardly felt exhaustion when he would use his magic with little to no rest, but when he used his own magic, the magic that he was born with, he always felt more tired than the magic he learned from McGregor. I think Naruto still holds chakra inside him. Shikamaru looked deep in thought. Sometimes, when Naruto uses his magic, he can feel that the energy is slightly different from the energy he used for normal devil magic. Slightly different, then that mean our chakra wasn't that much different than magical power. Once he reached his final destination, Naruto took a deep breath, preparing himself for what was next to come. Rias. As soon as he opened the main door, he was met with a very angry Rias. He was really in trouble now. Where have you been? Rias said slowly but dangerously. Her crimson aura began to appear around her, and that's what made him worry. If she tried to be angry, the aura won't appear, but when she really was pissed, the aura could be seen by the naked eyes. I know why Naruto was attracted to her now, Minato said with a bright face. Why? Kushina looked at her husband incurious. She was just like you. Minato said. When you're angry, your hair, ouch. Minato screamed out when Kushina thrust her elbow into his rib, hard. What are you saying, Minato-kun? She giggled innocently. Nothing. Minato smiled nervously while holding onto his rib. The other looked at them with a soft smile on their face. I was delivering a message for your father. He answered her as calm as he could. Really? Rias asked him with an eyebrow raise, but when she saw his truthful face, she smiled to him and said excitedly, okay, let's play Naruto-kun. He nodded with a smile and quickly followed her, while he felt a little drained by using his technique, but then again watching her smile would make everything bad he was feeling disappear. I think someone was having a crush. Kushina said playfully. NDXD00000DXDN. A month later. Naruto-kun, I'm home. Rias blushed slightly at the way she had just said those words. It made her and Naruto look like a married couple. She must be really love Naruto to think that far ahead. Or, shish, just read and watched too much smut and have those ideas. Jiraiya corrected Tsunade, which the fifth Hokage huffed and turned her head away. Even though the idea always made her happy, what are you doing? She asked, looking at Naruto, who had a lot of his tri-prongs kunai on the table. He was wearing a crimson bracelet in his hand, and another one looked exactly like it on the table. Welcome home, Rias-chan. Naruto stood up and took the bracelet with him. This is for you, Rias-chan. He handed the bracelet to her with a smile on his face, making Rias blush brightly. Really? Rias asked. Ed with excitement and put it on her wrist, fitting her perfectly. While it was nothing special, she felt really happy that Naruto had a bracelet just like her. It made them look more like a couple before, but I hope this won't be my birthday present. She said with a slight glare. She still hadn't forgave him about forgetting her birthday. It's true that she hadn't told him that it was her birthday that day. But how could he not recognize the atmosphere around the castle that day? Everyone busted out in laughter. So, Naruto didn't forgot about Rias's birthday, it just he didn't know it was her birthday and didn't recognize the atmosphere. Don't worry, Rias-chan. Naruto smiled to her. Now, I need you to do me a favor. A nodded from the crimson-haired girl. I need you to go outside and go wherever you want. Then channel your demonic power to the bracelet. Minato scratched his chin. I think he had put the Hiraishin's mark on that bracelet then. Okay. Rias nodded her head and head out of the room. A little curious about what would happen if she channeled her energy into the bracelet. When she arrived at the garden, she began to channel her energy into the bracelet and saw it shone a little. Hello, Rias-chan, said Naruto from behind her. Rias gasped out loudly and jumped into the air, but she quickly regained her composure and turned around, only to be face to face with Naruto. Wow, with that bracelet, she could call for Naruto no matter where he is. Minato said in surprise. Nah. Wait. How? Rias asked with a frown on her face while pointing at the castle and then to Naruto. She didn't felt anyone around her at all. The training with her brother had helped her sense others better and now she could be prepared if someone wanted to surprise her from behind. Naruto chuckled and took her wrist and pointed to the bracelet. This bracelet, Rias-chan, work exactly like my tri-prongs kunai. It has a mark that helps me teleport to you whenever I want. Rias' eyes widen in surprise at this. But I had put something more into the bracelet. Whenever you are in danger or want me here with you, just channel your energy into the bracelet to his own, and it will alert me immediately and I will be by your side before you know it. Naruto finished with a smile, but quickly fell to the ground because Rias had jumped onto him and hugged him tightly. Ah tilde, it's so romantic. Kushina squealed out along with the kunoichi. It was very thoughtful of Naruto to give Rias something like that. In some point, I think it was like an engagement ring. Neji said. Everyone immediately nodded their head. Wait, Shikamaru said with a frown on his face. If I remember correctly, wasn't Rias said she have a fiancés in chapter 1? Everyone immediately went silent at Shikamaru's words and looked at each other in worry. Rias must be forced into an engagement by her family then. Tsunade said. In some noble family they have an old traditional that engaged their children to each other so they could keep the high-class lineage or connect the two families together. Rias was a daughter of a great clan, then she must be engaged to someone have the same status at her. But, I don't understand. Kushina shuddered. I mean, wasn't Rias-chan's parents wanted Naruto-chan and Rias-chan to be together? If that was the case, then they must cancel the engagement then. Minato said, making everyone breathed out in relief. I remembered Rias said something about her fiancés was a spoiled brat and she didn't like him one bit. Even thought was agreeing with the fourth Hokage's idea. They couldn't help but thought about the possibility of a battle between Naruto and Rias' fiancés in the future. Thank you Naruto-kun, thank you. Rias cried out happily, this it may be the best gift Naruto had ever given to her. With this, he would always know where she is and always come to her whenever she need him. Era, uff, the couples have it bad again. He usual giggle of Akeno made Naruto's and Rias's eyes opened wide and both of them quickly stood up. Rias's queen was standing in front of them with a hand covered her mouth to hide her giggle. Here we go, the true devil had appeared. Everyone groaned out, but really excited nonetheless. All of them had hoped Akeno would appeared. They really need some good teasing from her to lighten the mood. Akeno. Rias groaned out. Well, look like you finally got yourself a very useful artifact wasn't it, Rias-sama? Akeno beginning to make her way to the blonde-haired boy and snaked her arms around his neck. She whispered seductively in his ear, but also loud enough so her king could hear, it's good to see you, Naruto-sama. You know you had spent a lot of time with Rias-sama lately, and I'm sure you probably get bored of her and would want to spend time with someone more mature than her, don't you think Naruto-sama? For someone so young, she sure knew how to tease with adult thing. Jiraiya smirked. I wonder where she learned those teasing technique from. Naruto gulped nervously. Akeno had been really forward with him lately. The girl always found some way to tease him and Rias. His best friend had told him that her queen had a sadistic personality and it would get really dangerous when she grew up. I totally agree. Akeno had refused to call him Naruto no matter what he tried. Always called him Naruto-sama, because she didn't mind being dominated by him or under his authority. Damn, not only she had a sadistic personality, she also a masochist too. Wasn't she too young to thinking something like that? Everyone just shook their head. Apparently, Akeno might be young, but her mind matured in a very different way than normal. Akeno even tried to sneak into his room to sleep with him and Rias before. Only to be kicked out by a very angry Rias after that he could hear Akeno's lightning magic attack boomed outside of the room together with Rias's power of destruction. These girls just pushed the battle of love rival to a whole new level. Ino muttered with a smirk on her face. She still remembered the day when she and Sakura would fight over Sasuke, but ever going so far that to the point fighting each other like Rias and Akeno. Ino looked at her former friend with a disappointed look on her face. She had changed so much in a few months, she couldn't Recognize the Sakura that always supports Naruto in keeping his promise to her anymore. I could see that Akeno-san's specialize was lightning magic. Ow, the bodyguard of the 5th Mizukage said. For the first time, but what about Rias-san's power of destruction? It hoped that power wasn't exactly what it called. He finished while everyone were looking around uncertainly. A paper flew out of the book and Kakashi. The nearest one caught it before it fell to the ground. Power of destruction is an ability primarily used by members of the Bale clan of devils. The power of destruction is a power that once was exclusive to the Bale clan that is called the Great King and is the highest ranking among the 72 pillars. The Grimoire siblings, Searsex-san and Rias-san, inherited this ability from their mother Venelana, who was from the Bale clan, sister of a Satan, daughter of the Grimoire clan, one of the most powerful clan of the underworld, and now Bale, the clan which was called the Great King and is the highest ranking among the 72 pillars. Tsunade said, "This girl, no wonder why she was called the most powerful princess of the underworld. Incredible, which that much status and as Chan still keep her innocent personality and not become a spoiled princess." Kushina said with a smile, "I'm going to like her more and more. Also, as its name suggests, the power of destruction is a type of demonic energy that grants the user's explosive attack power to annihilate things. A devil with higher demonic energy will be able to use it more proficiently, such as in Searzek's case he has mastered his power of destruction to the point that it can basically eliminate anything." Kakashi continued to read the paper while everyone was looking at it in shock. The paper began to shine and disappeared to thin air. Kami, that's some power she held there. To think that Susanoo was able to block that attack Searsex threw at him from Chapter 1. No, I don't think Susanoo was able to block it. I think that Naruto had fused Senjutsu with the rib cage so it could protect him better than normal. Jiraiya explained to everyone. After a minute of talking, everyone returned to the 3rd Hokage. Fallen angel, everyone screamed out in shock. Fallen angel, Akeno-chan was a fallen angel. Kushina muttered with a little surprise in her voice. But how? The evil pieces system, Shikaku said seriously. No doubt about it, Rias-san must use the queen piece to reincarnated Akeno-san into devil then. To think Rias had someone like that in her peerage. Tsunade nodded her head and motioned her hand to her sensei to continue. Maybe she hadn't educated her servants hard enough. Akeno, Rias said sweetly, followed me please. Seeing Rias gave him the evil glared, Naruto gulped again and turned to the dreaming face of Akeno. Akeno-chan, you should follow Rias, she might need you or something. Why do I have the feeling that Akeno was going to do exactly what Naruto wanted? Your wish is my command, Naruto-sama. Akeno nodded her head and turned to Rias with a sadistic smile. Never mind, sadistic smile. This girl probably need to act like the normal girl her age is more. Tsunade shuddered remembering Orochimaru's sadistic one. Well then Rias-sama, I think we should settle the final score. And beginning to show her own aura, which is yellow in color, but also had lightning cracking around her body. Come with me then. The two girls said goodbye to Naruto and walked away while glaring at each other. Naruto just stood there in silence, watching King and her queen going inside the castle with the most terrifying aura they could create. When they had finally gone away, Naruto suddenly felt a slight movement behind him. You know Neko-chan, why? Oh, you don't have to hide when you want to see me. Naruto said with a smile, and sat down to the ground while leaning his back to the W. The little white-haired girl made her presence known and sat down onto his lap with her back facing him. Why didn't you come out? You know you can sit on my lap all the time you want. A small hologram appeared above everyone and they immediately looked at it. Nei knew that this was going to be Kaniko's image and couldn't wait to see what she looked like. When the light faded down, the kunoichi immediately squealed out in delight at the cuteness of the white-haired girl. She was so cute. Kushina squealed out happily. She would look really cute if she has cat's ears and tail. Jiraiya scratched his chin, pretended to be really serious in this matter. Maybe it was a little pervert, but I couldn't help but agree with Jiraiya-sama, she will look really good with cat's ears and cat's tail. Kakashi said lazily. The 3rd Hokage chuckled softly, he too Thought that if Kaneko has cat's ears and cat's tail, then her cuteness must be gone to a whole new level. The Sandame waited for everyone to calm down before continuing. Those two. Angry, she said curtly and pressed her back into his chest more. Naruto smiled and beginning to rub her head, making the girl purred and pressed her head into his hand more. Her expression sounded like a dog. Hiba looked at Akamaru while rubbing his head. Or a cat, Jiraiya corrected him. Kaneko Tuho, the normal quiet girl, had taken a liking for the blonde-haired boy. Out of Rias her king, Naruto was one person she spent her time the most. From Sears's information, Kaneko was a Nekomata Yukai. A fallen angel and now a Nekomata Yukai. Now I understand why Naruto felt the familiar coming from her. Jiraiya nodded his head, and the girl felt attracted to him because of the natural energy inside him. She always wants to sit on Naruto's lap, saying that she always feel more energy this way, and it's kind of like her old self. A Neko show. While Naruto didn't know what had happened to the girl that made her rejected her Nekoshu's side, he also didn't want to press into her personal life. And let the girl tell him when she wanted to. She rejected her true self. Kushina said surprise. That's not healthy, Kaneko-chan. Naruto was beginning to gather the energy around him for the girl on his lap, making her sigh happily. Her ears nearly popped out on top of her head, but Kaneko quickly regained herself and made her ears return to where it should be. Kaneko had said that she old smell various essences coming from him, 10 essences in total, but when Naruto gathered the natural energy, the essence of Toad became the strongest. Naruto just sat there gathering the energy for the girl to enjoy the great feeling of the natural, till nightfall. It was really thoughtful of him to do that for Kaneko-chan. Minato smiled alongside with his wife. I'm very proud of you, Naruto. NDXD0000DXDN. 1 year later. Another time skip. I wonder what will happen. Hashirama smiled slightly. 14 years old Naruto was walking around the garden of the Grimoire's castle, deep in thought. In his hand was some kind of mission that Sears's had assigned specially for him, and only he could do this mission. He didn't know why it was him that should do it, but when Rias found out about the mission, she had forbidden him to go and locked herself in her room when her brother said it had be him or the mission would fail and endangered the world of the devil. Immediately everyone gone silent, by the sound of it. The mission Naruto was going to do must be really dangerous and important. Right now, the bracelet on his wrist was shining with a crimson light, which means Rias is calling for him. But Naruto had to refuse her this time or she won't let him go. Even Rias-chan knew the dangers of this mission. Kushina said worriedly, the mission is pretty simple but dangerous at the same time, basically. He had to escort Ajuka, Sears's best friend and the current Beelzebub, the one who invented the evil pieces system and a lot of powerful artifacts for the devil world. The very intelligent devil to heaven for some business with the seraph angels there. What? Kushina screamed out. Are you telling me that they were forcing Naruto-kun to go to the enemy's territory? Everyone was too worried for Naruto now to say anything, they just waited for the Sandame to continue. Sears's chose Naruto with this mission because he was still a young devil, and the Angles wouldn't think much about him as a threat, so he could go and make sure one of their enemies didn't do something stupid and start in another great war. And that's why Rias was worried, even her parents didn't, though it wasn't a good idea. Naruto was still too young to go to their enemy's territory. I totally agree with you guys, Joseph-san, Venelana-san. Minato muttered under his breath. But Naruto knew why Sears's believed in him. Only the super ultimate class devil could go to heaven without being affected by the light there. The monstrous energy inside him could protect him from the light. Not to mention his super healing factor could protect him against the light, if it burns him. Well, it was kind of scary really. He knew that devil's greatest weakness is light-based magic of angels and fallen angels. And he had heard that heavens was filled with light because God had created the never-ending light for the angel. So basically his devil's skin would be in contact with the light 24/7 if he was there. Kami, this mission could be the most dangerous mission I ever heard about. Jiraiya said seriously. Just being there were dangerous to them. I hope Naruto didn't accept that mission. Everyone nodded their heads, but knowing Naruto, he probably accepted it and went to heaven. But first, He need to go to the Phoenix family to take a box full of Phoenix tears. Phoenix's tears, shish, everyone said at the same time to Kiba. The boy just chuckled embarrassedly and gestured his head for Sarutobi to continue. It would be a gift for the angel to prove that the devil faction comes in peace. Naruto didn't like the children of Phoenix clan, because as far as he knew, Rias was engaged to the third oldest son of the Phoenix. This chapter was getting worse and worse. Kushina muttered darkly, now we have to hear about Rias-chan's fiancés, and acted to create a new bloodline, to help the high society grow stronger. What angered Naruto the most was that Riser Phoenix didn't care about love. He only thinks about Rias as a breeding stock, someone that will give him strong children. Angry shouts began to ring out all over the stadium. Everyone couldn't believe what they just heard. They had known this Riser Phoenix was a spoiled brat, but thought about their favorite girl like that, a breeding stock, it was too much to handle for them. Even the calm Sarutobi was trying his best not to crush the book in his hand. He likes Rias, and want her to be happy. If Riser doesn't change the way he is in the future, he might put some sense into him. No matter the cost and what happened to him. However, he was a really good friend with Ruvel Phoenix, and respected his power deeply. Ruvel was kind, unlike his arrogant brother Riser Phoenix. Also, he found the Lord and Lady Phoenix were very kind to him, and had the same loving aura like Rias's parents. But he still hadn't forgave them for forcing Rias into something against her will. If his guess is right, Riser wasn't home around this time. Naruto didn't wanted to see the smirk on his face when he talked about Rias whenever Naruto was around like a piece of meat. The last time they met was around 4 months ago. It took Beowulf and Surf Second to hold him back before he could punch that arrogant jerk in the face. Arg, why hold him back? Kushina shouted out angrily while her hair was flowing dangerously. A few people backed away from the redhead as Minato tried to calm her down, despite him agreeing with her. But then again, no one liked that guy anyway. And if Sears had told them about Naruto's status in his peerage, maybe he could make Riser shus, because as far as he knew, he and his sister Revel Phoenix looked at him like a lucky low-class devil happened to attend the high-class party. I don't know about Riser's sister, May chuckled darkly, but I'm beginning to hate her now. Using his power, Naruto appeared right in a flash of yellow right in front of the Phoenix castle's gate. He could see the castle was as elegant as he remembered. Stepping inside the castle with the calmest face he could muster, Naruto began to walk into the castle after showing his intention to the guard. He saw a young girl was waiting for him. Her blonde drill-like curls hair was easy to recognize. It was Revel Phoenix, the youngest daughter of the Phoenix clan, a truly noble type of lady. Thought so. Revel is a young girl around Kaniko's age with long blonde hair and dark blue eyes. Her hair is tied in twin ponytails with large, drill-like curls, and blue ribbon keeping them in place. The front of her hair has several bangs hanging over her forehead, with a V-shaped fringe hanging over the bridge of her nose. Her outfit consisted of a light white dress with a dark yellow accents and a red bow at the front. At the back, 3 feather-like extensions mimicking a bird's tail protrude from the dress and it looked kind of cute. And images appeared above everyone. This time it was the image of Revel Phoenix. But everyone's mind was too clouded with hatred toward Riser right now. Even Jiraiya didn't comment anything about Revel's beauty. But this was the girl had kicked him in the leg and screaming that a servant should go outside. I definitely going to hate this girl. Kushina gripped the tri-prongs kunai she borrowed from her husband dangerously. Maybe that as his fault for not wearing his normal clothes like the rest of Searsex's peerage, but she didn't need to shout like that. Well, hello there Revel. Hope you doing well, Naruto said with a smile and he passed her and continued walking to the main room, where Lady Phoenix was waiting for him with the Phoenix tears. Naruto-sama, wait, Revel yelled, making Naruto stopped in his track. Did Revel, a high, noble lady of the Phoenix clan just called him, Naruto-sama? Oh dear, Kiba muttered, another girl. He didn't know that Naruto was a chick magnet. Revel tried to run as fast as she could with her short legs. And stopped when she was right in front of him. She bowed as low as she could and started telling him what she always wanted to say all these months ago. Naruto-sama, I'm really sore. Rye for my stupid behavior at the party 10 months ago. I shouldn't have shouted at you or to think you're just a lowly servant like that. I'm really sorry Naruto-sama, and ready to take any punishment you want me to. Oh dear, by the sound of it, she must be really ashamed then. Kushina smiled, but still fingered the kunai in her hand. Revel, no need to bow like that. Naruto put a hand to her shoulder and smiled when she lifted her head up and looked at him with her dark blue eyes. I'm not angry at you or anything, really. Thank you Naruto-sama. The girl smiled brightly and stood up. If you don't want to punish me, then please follow me. My Ka-sama has assigned me to lead you to the main room. Then please lead the way, Revel. Naruto smiled and followed the girl. When they had passed 3 alleys, Naruto broke the silence. So, Revel, why did you call me Naruto-sama? Hey, I want to know, shush tilde. Not again. Hiba lowered his head. She began to look around making sure they were alone. My Ka-sama had told me about your status as a pawn of Lucifer-sama. Anyone from the peerages of the Mao had the same or even higher status with the high-class devil like me. So it was pretty normal that I should respect you Naruto-sama, she said to him as low as possible. Wow, who would have thought of something like that? Wait, how did you? She put a finger to his lips and smiled. Don't worry Naruto-sama. Revel smiled and continued to lead the way. My Ka-sama trusted only myself with this information. After all, you should feel lucky that a noble lady like me showed a good amount of respect to you. Naruto-sama. She begins to laugh, the same kind of laugh a high lady always laugh in some of Rias's anime. Oh dear. Minato smiled nervously while looking at his dangerous wife. If this going to continue, his wife might need to release her stress. But her smile became lower and lower, until she stops and looked at him with a worried look on her face. Naruto-sama, is it true that you're going to heaven? Yeah, it's pretty scary, isn't it? Naruto smiled nervously and scratched the back of his head. Revel looked at Naruto in surprise. If this mission was assigned to any normal devil, they would be running away before they knew what they had to do. Who said Naruto was normal, even when he was still human? Hiba said with laughter, but this time he didn't being cut off by anyone. In fact, some of them even laughed along with him. That day 10 months ago, when the party of her family was finally finished, her mother had explained to her about Naruto's status as a member of Searsx Lucifer's peerage, and to say she was terrified when she found out the truth was an understatement. Her pride as a daughter of the Phoenix clan got the better of her and made Revel acted without thinking. I felt sorry for this girl. Her mother had said to Revel that she had brought great shame to her family and if Naruto wanted to punish her for her stupid action, then she should be gladly accept that, even if he wanted her to be banished from her family. Even though I know Naruto would never do that, isn't that punishment was a little extreme? Iruka asked with a frown. I mean, banish from her own family. Who is this devil that taught her something like that? Well, we have been too familiar with the way of Grimori clan. Hashirama shrugged his shoulders. So I guess we feel different when we saw the way of another clan then. But still, it must be really harsh. The thought truly terrified the blonde. She was really surprised when he said that he wasn't angry at her. Naruto was truly kind, warm and forgiving. She blushed a little when she used to think what would happen if he wanted her to be a part of his peerage when he became a high-class devil. Her mother had planned trading Revel out of her brother's peerage if Naruto ever wanted her. While she doesn't mind being with someone like Naruto, the thought of what could happen if Naruto was a crazy pervert truly scared her. I always wonder how Naruto didn't become a pervert after that 2 years training with a pervert sensei. Tsunade muttered while looking at her teammate. Ho ho, thank you. She might didn't look like it because her pride usually not allowed Revel to, but she still cared for his well-being when she heard that he was going to escort Ajuka Beelzebub to heaven and help him do some business there. It was just her nature that she to care about him. Naruto-sama, she put her hand into her pocket and pulled out a small Phoenix's tear bottle. It wasn't just any original Phoenix's tears. It was her tears, the tears of a full-blood Phoenix, the tear that could heal the worst wound with just a drop. Revel had collected these tears since she was a small child, and would give it to someone important to her, just like her mother had given her tears to her father when they were young. Please take this. said Ravel, handing him the bottle. "These are my tears, the tears of a full-blooded phoenix." "Oh dear, please don't tell me that tears also mean she is proposing to Naruto." Kushina gasped. The dislike she had toward Ravel had completely gone now. "Wait, Ravel, you don't have to." Naruto tried to refuse her offer. He had heard about the tears of the true phoenix before, and knew they were extremely powerful phoenix's tears that could heal any wound, but LSO, the tears were really important and special for the members of Phoenix clan. When the young Phoenix gave it to someone, then that's mean they had gave a part of them to the other. To make it short, it was like Ravel was proposing seriously. Kiba roared in frustration. The girls at this world are throwing themselves at him. What were the problems here? Just me, Kiba, we're as confusing as you are. Ino nodded her head in understanding, just like everyone around the room. Don't worry, Naruto-sama. She took his hand and put the bottle into his palm. It's just this is the best I could for you after that party. I know you don't want me to, but I want you to. Have this, to make sure you will be safe when you're there. I'm sure Rias-sama want the same thing to you, so please accept it, for me. Ravel. Naruto suddenly hugged the smaller girl, making her eyes turned wide in surprise and her cheeks reddened. Thank you, Ravel, I will respect your tears, so thank you. He was really grateful that Ravel had given him her tears. The most important thing to her. With her tears, Naruto felt more assurance about this mission than before, knowing that if he badly injured, her tears might help him have a second chance. He guessed the only daughter of the Phoenix clan didn't just a prideful lady. If Kurama is still inside him with other Biju, he won't need those tears that much. Well, better than nothing, don't you think? Kushina giggled. Wow, I never think that my Naruto have so much girlfriends now. Naruto-sama, please release me. She tried to shrug out of his hug, but failed. He was a lot stronger than her. Ravel's heart was beating so fast that she found it hard to breathe. If he continued to hug her like this, she might faint. What a cute girl. Jiraiya giggled. Damn it, could we go through a chapter without you ranting about females' beauty? Tsunade shook her head, making everyone chuckle. Oh, sorry. Naruto grinned and released her. The girl turned arrow. To hide her blushing face. But thank you again, Ravel. If you want any help, feel free to ask me. Oh, of course. After all, you should feel lucky that you have the tears of Phoenix, especially mine. Oh, I understand now. Kushina hit her palm with her other hand. She isn't prideful, she is a Tsunade. Naruto just chuckled at her. Right, he felt really lucky right now. It was not every day that someone who was just like him, high status or not, could get the tears of the daughter of Phoenix. Those tears must be really special, Tobirama said. With that, Naruto and Ravel just walk in silence in their short journey. The young blonde just too embarrassed to say anything to him. Finally, Naruto arrives at the main room of the castle, where an older version of Ravel was waiting for him. With an elegant box with the phoenix's crest on it. Lady Phoenix looked at Naruto and smiled. She only knew the blonde boy for a short time, but she found him really different and from her eldest son information when he befriends the boy. Naruto was an orphan and started his life on the street. Maybe that's why his personality was so different than the normal children his age. Well, the way she said it basically true. Sarutobi sighed. No matter what worlds, Naruto always have to start from the bottom. And his personality was still of a good man. Nodded his head. Lady Phoenix. Naruto bowed. Naruto-san, no need to be formal. After all, she looked Ravel who was trying to avoid her mother gazed. My daughter had wounded your pride and embarrassed you in front of everyone. I think I have found the source of Ravel's behavior. Kushina muttered. They really definitely different than Grimori clan. Tsunade said. Just look at how free Rias is. But still, educate a child too hard like that. Devil or not, they should have a happy childhood. Ah, no need to worry, my lady. Naruto grinned and patted Ravel on her shoulder. I'm not angry or anything, just a little surprised that you had told Ravel about me, that's all. Quote, I know, Naruto-san. The information about your Lucifer-sama's last pawn was top secret and only the highest class devil know about. Phew tilde, this guy is full of secret and now he's top secret. Kiba whistled. This guy. Naruto-kun's flame of youth is burning brighter and brighter with each chapter. Lee roared out in excitement and fire in his eyes. Lady Phoenix then looked at her daughter and motioned her hand for the girl come near her. Ravel did as what she had been told and came near her mother. I told only my daughter, she might be young, she very intelligent, and definitely a good wife. Fu, sound like the mother is already planning everything. I think Rias suited Naruto better than this girl. Kushina looked thoughtful. Both of the Emmer high-class lady came from super rich family. Jiraiya smirked. Not only that, they also super beautiful, Ravel give. And take a few years, I'm sure would become a super attractive devil. Fufu, can wait to see Naruto's child. I could see that. Naruto nodded his head. Ravel sure looked just like a wife, just by looking at how she cared for his well-being. So, Naruto-san, Lady Phoenix handed him the box. It's all the things you need for the angel. It's contained 20 phoenixes tears bottle inside. I think it would be enough for the angel to know our goodwill. I hope so. Naruto smiled and took the box and checked the clock. It's almost time. Ajuka came to the Grimoire Castle and he need to be there now. Oh, it's almost time. Goodbye Lady Phoenix, thank you for the tears. See you later Ravel. Good luck, Naruto-san. Good luck, Naruto-sama, and see you later. Naruto nodded his head and disappeared in a flash. Ravel just stared to the spot Naruto was standing a few seconds ago with a dreamy look in her face. Now she knew why the maids at her castle always talk about Naruto and how kind and handsome he is. A few of them even plan quitting their job at her house and move to the Grimoire Castle, just to look at him. Even the maid. Kiba roared out, oh that's it, I give up, what with these devil girls anyway? What could I say? Namika, ouch. Minato screamed out when Kushina pinched his cheek, hard. What did I say about ranting those Namikaze's charm? Kushina asked dangerously. My Naruto will never become a playboy, you got that? Okay. Minato tried to ease the pain, his wife pinched was too hard. Ravel, what do you think about him? He's kind Ka-sama, Ravel said, and warm too. Not a word Minato-kun. Kushina held out her hand before her husband could say anything. Did you gave Naruto-san your tears? Her mother asked with a stern voice. Yes Ka-sama, no reject, yes, really, good, now I think it's no need to worry about boys chasing after my little daughter when she grew up anymore, she said with a mysterious smirk. Now, how should I name my grandchildren Ka-sama, it's not like that. Everyone just chuckled at the mother's and daughter's moment between the two Phoenix. Naruto arrived at the garden of the Grimoire Castle instantly and saw everyone was there, even Rias and her peerage was waiting for him. He could see Ajuka Beelzebub. Searsex's best friend was chatting with Searsex at the corner of the garden. Ah, Naruto-kun, Searsex said out smiling when he saw Naruto, mission accomplished I hope. Yes Searsex-ni-san, the tears are here. Naruto nodded and showed him the box. Brilliant Naruto-kun, now I think it's time to go. Ajuka grinned brightly and come to stand next to him. A white magic circle appeared under their feet. Naruto looked up at Ajuka in confusion. Don't worry, with my help, you will be able to use this magic. No need to be worried about appearing in the wrong place. This Ajuka sound like a capable man. Tobirama nodded and turned his head to Hashirama, who was trying to make Darui give him a lollipop. What? Nothing brother. The second Hokage just shook his head. Protect him, will you? Searsex glared at his best friend. All right. Ajuka laughed. Don't worry about it. Be careful up there Naruto-kun. Searsex said seriously to Naruto, I want to come with you. But Tumao would be too much for them, and we don't want to start a new war with them at all. They sure have grudges against each other, haven't they? Neji asked. Nodded his head. Don't worry Searsex-ni-san. Naruto smiled. Naruto looked at his wrist and saw that it was shining. He turned his head and saw that Rias was trying to put as much energy as she could into her own bracelet. He walked up to her and put a hand on her shoulder. She's sad. Poor girl. Kushina muttered sadly. Don't worry Rias-chan, remembered what I tell you about this bracelet. Rias nodded her head and looked up. I will be by your side before you know it. All you have to do is put your magical energy to the bracelet and I will be there for you. Promise? She asked, and smiled a little. Rias brug. Out her pinky finger and show it to him. Maybe Rias and Naruto wasn't a child anymore, but the pinky promise had become something important to both of them. It's always remind them about the day they met each other, that you will come back to me. Ah tilde, they are so cute. The girl cooed excitedly. Most of the girl thought it would be better if they bumped hand with each other. Promise. Naruto grinned and locked his pinky with her. Come on Rias, it's just a 1-month mission, nothing to worry about. Naruto-kun, when you get back, I want you to attend high school with me, next month. Oh. Chu-sama will let Kuo Academy become a co-ed school. I want you to be there with me, to enjoy high school together. Naruto looked at Lord Grimori and saw that he was smiling. Naruto grinned brightly and nodded his head. Kuo Academy was still an all-girls school at the moment. But if Lord Grimori changed it to co-ed, then he could attend it with everyone, included Akano and Kaneko when she aged enough. Cool. I wonder how Naruto handled this kind of school. Iruka smirked. I hope he doesn't pull any pranks. Okay Rias-chan, I will attend Kuo with you. Thank you Naruto-kun. Rias hugged him tightly. When Naruto had said goodbye to everyone, and got a kiss to the cheek from Akano much to everyone's shock and an enraged Rias greatly. Here come the sadist. Really? She need to control herself sometime. Kaneko had given to him a small white cat toy, her favorite toy to give him luck for this mission. Searsex's peerage had planned to open a farewell and good luck party for Naruto. But the plan quickly being put to end by Graphia. It's look like the only mature members of Searsex-san's peerage is Graphia-san. Tsunade nodded her head. Good, a stern woman fit the job of control those immature guys the most. So all of them just shook Naruto's hand and wished him good luck. Rias's parents wanted Naruto to take good care of himself when he was up there. But why he had the feeling he won't see them again anytime soon. I have that feeling too, Kushina said with a frown. Goodbye everyone, see you later. Ajuka put his hand onto Naruto's shoulder and activated the magic circle. The last thing he saw when everything turned completely white was Rias smiling to him. Because we were traveling into different territory, it might take a few minutes for the angel to open the gate for us. Ajuka said to Naruto and looked at him. So Naruto-kun, what's your feeling when you become Searsex's pawns? Good I hope. Of course Ajuka-san. Naruto smiled and then frowned. He has always wanted to ask Ajuka this question. Ajuka-san, I want to ask you a question. Go on. Well, do you think 5 pawns were a bit too much for me? Naruto asked. Ajuka turned to Naruto with a surprised look on his face. I mean, Enku-san has 1 pawns, Beowulf ni-sama have 2 pawns. Do you think I'm too much? He got 9 beasts inside his body, and even his incredible stamina and chakra reserves. Kakashi said, I think Naruto is worth even more than that. I agree with you Kakashi. Minato nodded his head. Well Naruto-kun, you know that Searsex's evil pieces was really strong right? A nod from the blonde boy. It's the first type evil pieces I had created, the prototype evil pieces. I was still young and inexperienced back then, so I had created 4 sets of them, the prototype without the limitation. So it's only accept the strongest one and turn them into devils or let someone become the one hold the king's servant. Which means Searsex's evil pieces along with the Mao are very powerful, Tobirama said, and if Naruto are nearly double the other pawns, which was absolutely powerful by the sound of that combined then it hard to imagine Naruto Uzumaki's current powers. Everyone gulped nervously. Naruto had already powerful with just his Kurama alone inside him, now with the power of 9 Biju and Mangekyo Sharingan, Hiraishin and who know how many powers he still have inside his sleeves. He could be even more powerful than the Rakuto Sennin himself. When the war is over, I had created the 2nd generation. Evil pieces that could accept anyone. I'm the creator, yet sometimes I can't understand how it's working. But let me tell you the truth Naruto-kun, your evil's pieces, all 5 of them were mutation pieces. Mutation. It sound like some kind of special pieces. Naruto's mouth dropped to the ground in shock. All 5 of his pieces were mutation pieces then that mean you were worth more than only 5 pawns Naruto-kun, remember that. Maybe I'm right. Naruto is worth a full set of evil pieces. Kakashi muttered while everyone's eyes turned wide in surprise. Naruto opened his eyes again by the funny feeling on his skin and realized they finally arrived in heaven. Angel's territory. Naruto looked around, gasped in awe. Heaven was truly a paradise. Naruto had heard about some place in the world that couldn't describe by words alone, and heaven is one of them. Truly amazing. Everywhere was filled with sunlight and the castle up here was so beautiful. Up in the sky, some angel was flying with a smile on their face. This place was truly amazing. Heaven, Hashirama sighed. The place we all wanted to come after our death. It's sound amazing, isn't it? Kushina said happily. Welcome to heaven, Ajuka-sama. A soft voice pulled Naru to back from him though, and he nearly dropped his mouth in shock. Standing before him and Ajuka was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. She has curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure. She was wearing a long dress made of some light material, however, it showed a lot of her large bosom, making Naruto nearly have a nosebleed at her charm and beauty. A small light appeared in front of them and the image of a certain blonde angel appeared in front of them. Nearly everyone had to held their nose back to prevent the nosebleed. All the men, even the married ones, all gasped in shock and stared blankly at the angel. Jiraiya had faint the moment she appeared in front of him, and even the carefree Killer Bee have to stop his rapping. Wow. Kushina muttered and looked around. Even the woman was affecting by just her beauty. How can someone have this kind of beauty? Tsunade muttered. It's ridiculous. You know, compare her and the other girls and might be some of them were still young, Tobirama muttered. Rias and the other girls looked like a rock comparing to a diamond. True. Ino nodded her head. Hey, stop drooling. Tenten tried to call for their teammates, but they were currently spaced out. Neji had got out of his shock stare quicker than everyone and regained his self-control just like his uncle, but the other men weren't as lucky. This time, I will not hit everyone. Tsunade shook her head when the image disappeared. I couldn't blame them at all. Tsunade took the book from her teacher and read it for him. Soon everyone returned to their mind as the story continued. Gabriel, it's good to see you. Ajuka smiled to her. And who is this young man? Gabriel asked with a kind voice when she looked at Naruto, and nearly gasped in shock. Even though she knew this boy was a devil, she could feel his heart and soul were pure, very pure. Oh dear, Kiba muttered to Shino. I think another chick is coming. So, these angels can feel the evil inside of a person. Kind of like my wife's power of sense the negative emotions. Hashirama said. There were no such thing type emotion in his heart. She had never met a devil like this before, even. Some of the human who followed God couldn't have a soul or heart like him. Oh my, Gabriel felt her cheeks redden a little when she continued to enjoy the pure feeling of his heart. I agree with you, Kiba. Shino muttered quietly. This young man's name is Naruto Uzumaki, a member of Searsx Lucifer's peerage. Gabriel's eyes turned wide at the information. She had fought the current Lucifer's Esser Vant before and truly understood their power, but to think that this boy, no older than 15, could be a member of the strongest peerage in the underworld. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gabriel-san. Naruto smiles and offered his hand to her. Gabriel looked at the boy with curiosity in her eyes, and finally took his hand into her own. The feeling was truly amazing. Naruto-sama, again with the sama thing, thought Naruto. Gabriel flashed him a smile. The pleasure is mine, Naruto-sama. I hope we could get to know each other better while you are staying here. What's up with these people? Sasuke regained his cool and yelled out in frustration. I'm better than that dope. They must be blind or a slut to see that dope attractive, especially that angel. He currently still drooling at Gabriel's image in his head. He wanted nothing more than have a taste of her body. If she ever seen you, Sasuke-tem, she would blast you the moment she laid eyes on you. Kushina said, even though I couldn't feel the heart and soul like Gabriel-san, but I know that your heart and soul are completely black to the point I couldn't tell anymore. But I wonder how Naruto have that kind of heart even though he is a devil, I mean. The fountain. Iruka suddenly remembered the trial Naruto went through to control Kyuubi's power. That right, Killer Bee smiled and began to rap about the heart that didn't hold hatred. Ajuka looked at the nervous Naruto and a blushing Gabriel and smirked. Searsx had been right when his best friend wanted Naruto to escort him here. His monstrous energy and the healing factor wasn't the only reason. It was because his heart and soul, a truly pure heart and soul. If even the most innocent angel, being attracts to him like this, then Juka didn't need to be worried about his work here. Gabriel-san, if you don't mind, Naruto said out suddenly, and motioned his head to their hands. Gabriel looked at his hand and quickly released it. Oh, I'm sorry. The beautiful angel laughed innocently and looked at Ajuka. Ajuka-sama, please follow me, my brother is waiting for you. Ajuka nodded and flared out his wings. Naruto quickly do the same. Gabriel smiled and flared out her 10 white wings. 10 wings? Minato asked. The numbers of the wings must show how powerful they are. Tobirama said, she must be a very powerful angel, and shot up to the sky. The two devils quickly followed the blonde angels, drawing a lot of attention from the angels around them. When they arrived at the big building, Naruto had to wait outside. While Gabriel led Ajuka inside to meet with her brother, the leader of the angels, Michael. Her brother is a leader of angels, while this angel has as much status like Rias or could be even higher. A minute later, Gabriel came out and sat down at the bench Naruto was sitting. It is beautiful, isn't it? Gabriel asked when she saw the look on Naruto's face when he looked around. Yeah, in all my life. This is the first time I have ever seen something like this. Naruto nodded his head. Heaven was truly amazing, he couldn't use a word to describe it. Gabriel looked at the blonde boy with a curious look on her face and decided to stay silent for the time being and let him enjoy the beauty of heaven. After all, she has a lot of time to get to know him. But then, after a while, Naruto turned his head when he heard Ajuka's footstep behind him and turned around facing a wide-eyed Ajuka. And the problems start from here, I think. Kushina shook her head. Naruto-kun, I think we have a new problem here. What happened? Naruto stood up, but Gabriel was still sitting on the bench with a sad look on her face. We have to stay here longer than I thought. Oh no, I'm not worried about the other, but Rias. She will get angry for sure. How long, Ajuka-san? Naruto asked suddenly. The crimson bracelet suddenly became tighter around his wrist. I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2 years. 2 years. Kushina cried out in shock. Damn, I think I can see what happened in the next few chapters. Minato muttered while hugging his wife close to him. A shocking look appeared on Naruto's face. The situation had changed now. Rias was going to kill him. But why? Because Naruto-kun, God, he's dead. What? Gee, God is dead. Dead silence washed over the arena as the Shinobi and Kunoichi star. Ed at the book in the third Hokage's hands in shock. This has to be a joke, right? I mean, it's God. God can't be dead. Kiba yelled out. We know Kiba, but it seems like it's so. Kurenai said as her eyes slowly went back to normal after getting over her shock. I wonder what happened to him though. As Kurenai finished talking, a paper flew out of the book and Minato caught it and began to read out for everyone. It says that God was the original creator and leader of the angels and creator of the Holy Sword and Sacred Gear system. When died in the Great War between the 3 factions with his right arm, the Archangel Michael succeeded his place in maintaining his system. His death was kept a secret by the leaders of the 3 factions due to fear of the chaos and increased chances of an attack by a foreign faction, essentially any non-Christian pantheon such as the Norse gods, Greek gods, etc. The reason God died during the war is because he put thousands of seals on an extremely powerful being known as 666 Trihexa and ended up fighting in the war in an exhausted state. Minato said before the paper disappeared. Amazing. To think that someone like that fought on the battlefield after places seal upon seal on a powerful being, it's simply astounding. Kushina said in awe at the thought of it. That was quite the feat to accomplish. Even by Uzumaki standards as they were. Considered Fuinjutsu masters and couldn't do that. But Naruto-kun is still stuck in heaven because the angels wanted to keep God's death a secret. What happened to him? Hinata asked, nervous about what happened to the blonde hero. There is only one way to find out. Sarutobi-sama, may I? Minato said as he held his hand out to read the book as the Sandaime Hokage gave the book over to his successor. Minato looked around the room to see if everyone was ready. When he saw everyone looking at him for him to start, he cleared his throat and began to read. 2 years later. Great. Another time skip. Kuo Academy. One of the best high schools in Japan. the school that every student wanted to be a part of. It must be one of this world's civilian schools. Shizune said. Modern equipment, good teachers, high-quality input. Not to mention it used to be an all-girls school 2 years ago, so the number of female students in the school still too big compared to the number of male students. To tell the story short, a paradise for perverts. Paradise, you say? Jiraiya giggled pervertedly as Tsunade sighed beside him. She then began to crack her knuckles. But put it aside, this place could be called the best school in Japan. Kya, it's Kiba-kun. Ah tilde, Kiba-kun, please look at me. Kiba-kun, we love you. A crowd full of high school girls screamed out in excitement when a handsome young man with short blonde hair, gray eyes and a mole under his left eye stepped past the gate and walked into the school and flashed the girl a charming smile. He wears the Kuo Academy boys' school uniform, which consists of a black blazer with white accents over a white, long-sleeved dress shirt with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. A light emanated from He book and showed the Shinobi and Kunoichi the image of the boy just D. Great, I bet he, one of those pretty boy types. Kiba groaned. This is Yuto Kiba, second-year students, the most handsome boy at Kuo Academy and the dream of many girls. However, while he was adored by female students, he also was hated by other male students. Damn it, Casanova, go to hell. It was a common thing in Kuo Academy that every morning Kiba would come to school and being greeted by excited high school girls, while being hated and glared by the high school boys. But he had got used to it somehow because being a pretty boy had its downside. See, I knew it. Be quiet, Kiba. But the next group step into the school right behind Kiba instantly made every single male stared at them with heart in their eyes. A few have their mouth opened wide and was drooling. Even the girl was exciting as well. At all they are the school idols. The first one is a petite girl around 15 years of age with white hair and hazel eyes. At the front, her hair has 2 long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wears a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. She wears the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform, which consists of a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt with vertical linings, a black ribbon on the collar, a black shoulder cape and matching button-down corset, and a magenta skirt with white accents. However, the white-haired girl was wearing the uniform without the shoulder cape. This girl's name is Kaneko Tuju, first-year student. Kuo's tiny, cute mascot. Kaneko kept on walking with a straight face, ignoring all the lustful stares from the lolicon perverts and head to the old school building. The book once again lit up and show everyone the image of the grown Kaneko as the Kunoichi squealed at her appearance. Kaneko-chan looks so cute. Kushina-kud as the Shinobi and Kunoichi couldn't help but agree with her. The next girl walked into the school and followed behind Kaneko was Himehime Akano, third-year student, the second most beautiful girls in Kuo Academy and one of the 2 great Oni-sama. Akano is a young woman with a buxom figure with very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair is usually tied in a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs with 2 strands sticking out from the top and sloping backwards, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. Like most of the girls at Kuo Academy, she wears the customary Kuo Academy girls' school uniform, along with black knee-high socks. Once again the book lit up and showed a picture of Akano this time. All the males in the arena all had to hold their nose lest they die from blood loss while the females looked with open jaw as they looked at what the girl now looked like. Holy, Jiraiya said as he struggled to hold back the bleeding. Wow, just when you think you know what will happen next with this girl. Tsunade said as she shook her head, trying to get the new migraine out of her head about this world and its people. She was the second-place idols in the hearts of every student at Kuo, males and females alike. She was a true kind, elegant and gentle girl. Gentle, seems like they don't know the true girl Akano really is. Tobarama said, getting back into his normal state. The next girl step head inside the school made all the students roars with excitement. She is a third-year student at Kuo Academy, the president of the Occult Research Club, and the school's #1 beauty as well as one of Kuo Academy's 2 great Oni-sama. Her name is Rias Ramori. Rias is a young woman who appears to be in her late teens with light skin, blue-green eyes and a buxom figure. Her most distinctive feature is her long, crimson-red thigh-length hair, with a single hair strand sticking out from the top. Her hair also has loose bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. She was wearing the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform, which consists of a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt, with a black ribbon on her shirt collar worn under a black shoulder cape and a matching button-down corset. A magenta skirt with white accents, and brown dress shoes over white crew-length socks. Once again an image appeared as the people stood on end to see what the princess looked like, now none more than Kushina, and they weren't disappointed. Everyone gasped as they lay their eyes on the girl, while them once again had to hold back a nosebleed. Holy crap, she looks gorgeous, Ino exclaimed, looking at the image in slight envy at the girl's figure. She really has matured, hasn't she? Kushina said. Oh I do hope Naruto gets back soon and be with her again. Keep reading, Minato. Kushina hurried her husband along as the Yondaime Hokage continued to read. Rias continued walking with her friends to the old school building and ignored the catcalled the boys and the admiring glances of the girl students like every day. What they didn't see was a glint of crimson from the bracelet around her wrist, which was hidden carefully under herself, the bracelet, which she had wanted to throw away long ago. So she would never have to look at it, but found herself couldn't do such thing. She wanted to hate him, to forget about him, because he had broken their promise, but she couldn't, no matter how she had tried. I can understand why Rias would be unhappy with Naruto and his decision to go to heaven on a mission if it was to help the underworld, but don't you think she is overreacting a little bit about it? Shizune asked. Maybe, but it seems like she is still young at heart and needs to grow up a bit, needs to happen sooner rather than later, said as he crossed his arms. But Naruto will be feeling bad as well for not keeping his promise to Rias, you know him. Tsunade said. We might find out soon enough. Minato, please continue. Hiruzen said. NDXD0000DXDN. Bucho. Akano called out to her and showed Rias the documents her master had assigned her to find. I have found everything you need about that Amano Yuma. Rias nodded her head and picked up the document. Her real name is Rainier. A fallen angel, Akano said with disgust in her voice. I don't know about her true intention here, but I'm afraid that it won't be a good one. Seems like this story is starting to get interesting. I guessed so. She then turned to Kaneko, who was eating a small piece of cake next to her. Kaneko-chan, could I trust you with this task? The quiet white-haired girl nodded her head. Her face still didn't show any emotion. Hiba opened the club room door and walked inside with a smile on his face. Bucho, I have checked everything. The spell around our club room isn't broken. So, we aren't this fallen angel target. Rias nodded her head. In 2 years here, she and her peerage had been targeted a lot of time by the fallen angels. They always found some way to bring trouble to her and always wanted to finish the devils currently in her territory. But this time, it seems that this Rainier girl didn't want her or her peerage's heads, and it seems that it wasn't her rival Sona either. Akano cursed out. A fallen angel was running around in Kuo Academy and she couldn't do anything about it until they found out her true intention and if she had backup or not. Akano hates them. She hates the fallen angel, even though she was one of them, but Akano doesn't care. As long as she could kill them, she will be satisfied. Seems like this girl has some problems with fallen angels. I wonder why that is. Shizune asked as she tilted her head. Maybe it has something to do with her life before she met Rias. The book did say that she was part fallen angel. Mei said as they all remembered what the book said about the raven-haired girl. The queen looked at her king and frowned. Around this time Rias had stopped crying about him, but her eyes always filled with sadness when she was alone or with her peerage. Akano still remembered that day, when Rias found out Naruto couldn't attend Kuo with them. Her master had cried, still she passed out ND hadn't eaten anything. The numbered Rias had put every magical energy she got into the bracelet, hoping that he will appear right beside her, but the angel had blocked the gate between them so Naruto couldn't teleport back to her king. The angel afraid he will tell the devil about their secret and lock Ajuka and Naruto on heaven until they finished their mission there. Ah, poor Rias-chan tilde. Ino had remembered the day Rias pulled the crimson bracelet out of her wrist and threw it away with tears-filled eyes. Akeno knew that Rias was hurt and felt betrayed, but Naruto was facing a Dangero's mission and Akeno could understand his reason. But Rias was still stubborn about that. She claimed Naruto had grown bored of her and didn't want to be her friend anymore. No, don't think that way, Rias. Even though Rias had thrown the bracelet away a lot of times, she still went out at night and tried to find it, and put it back to her wrist, hoping that Naruto will come back to her. All the kunoichi could. But 2 years had passed since that day, and Rias only have 1 year left at Kuo. Akeno sighed and walked up to the window and looked up to the sky in wonder. Naruto-sama, what are you doing right now? When lunchtime came, Rias took out her bento she had prepared herself and sat down on a bench in the schoolyard and began to enjoy it. The students happened to sit near her or passed by looking at her with hearts in their eyes. Rias sometimes found herself really enjoyed it. They stares from the boys and girls have proved that she was no longer the cute girl 2 years ago. Now she was a beautiful third-year student of Kuo Academy, the #1 beauty. But Rias always found her school life was missing something, and knew exactly what it was. She touched the bracelet on her left hand lightly and looked at it with sad eyes. It had been 2 years and Naruto hadn't come back to her, and she hated him for that. Her parents had said that Naruto had an important mission with Ajuka and couldn't come back anytime soon. But she refused to forgive him, because he could refuse to do that mission from the beginning, yet he still accepted it to find some way to stay away from her. Stay away from the love-struck girl who always followed him like a lost puppy seeking for his attention. That asshole showed his true face, so she won't be fooled again with that charming, the kindness, and the time they have spent together. Rias though. But no matter how she tried, no matter how she blamed him for her sadness, she still wants him to come back, still want him to return to her. Naruto-kun. Rias looked up to the sky and smiled sadly. Please come back to me, to us. Seems like her feelings towards Naruto are confused at the moment, Ino said as the shinobi and kunoichi all nodded at that. NDXD0000DXDN. Heaven, the same time. Naruto-senpai, please tell me that you are tired. A young man with blonde hair, green eyes and dressed in Chi's clothes was breathing hard while facing his opponent. He has 10 pure white wings sticking out behind his back, which are the symbol of his power. This young man's name is Dulio Gesualdo, Michael's Joker and the strongest exorcist. The shinobi and kunoichi once again watched as the book lit up and showed them all the image of a handsome young man that took the kunoichi's breath away. Wow, what is with the hotties in this world? Ino exclaimed as she looked at the image. Hey pig, you're drooling. Sakura spoke up as she glared at both her ex-friend and the man in the book. There is no way he was hotter than Sasuke. Well, I think it was enough for today, Dulio. His opponent grinned, making the blonde-hair exorcist screamed out in excitement and fell face first to the ground. His sacred gear disappeared instantly. Naruto Uzumaki chuckled at the lazy angel and slowly making his way to Dulio and help him get back on his feet. And he is back, Minato said while everyone cheered out loud as their favorite knuckle-headed blonde was back. I'm off, senpai. Dulio smiled and waved to Naruto when he returned back to his place. Naruto could see the reincarnated angel was really tired. YBE he had gone a little too hard on him today. 2 years have passed since Naruto began his life in heaven. Gone was the blonde-haired boy kid, and now stood in his place was a young man at 6 feet 1 inch. His hair became longer than 2 years ago and spiky as always, while the baby fat on his face had completely disappeared. His whisker marks were still there, but very hard to see if you don't look closer. Naruto was wearing a pure white clothes consist of a white t-shirt, white paint and white sandals, the same types of clothing the angel usually wears while they was in heaven. The book lit up again and showed everyone an image of Naruto as he was now. He looked a lot more mature than he did after his training trip he went on with Jiraiya and taller as well. My baby looks like an angel, despite him being a devil. Kushina said as she wouldn't look away from the image of her son grown up. It made her sad to realize she could see that herself. 2 years ago, with the shocking news about God had been dead in the Great War. The angels had forbidden him from returning to the underworld, because they were afraid Naruto would reveal this secret for the underworld and another great war will start. Naruto could understand why the angels were afraid of that. If another great war start, they would be the first faction that would lose in the war, because their population had dropped in a fast pace after the war. There were too many angels had fallen and they could do nothing about it. Naruto walked up to the cliff and looked down, wondering what Rias was doing. He had broken their promise. The promise that they will enjoy high school together in the human world. Naruto looked at the bracelet on his wrist. He could remember the days when the bracelet was shining non-stop. Hours after hours Rias had called for him. But the angel had locked the gate from any transportation, prevent him from coming to Rias. See, he was feeling bad about it. Gabriel had said that they will let Ajuka and Naruto come home when the Mao Beelzebub finished his project here, but it had been 2 years already. He didn't know whatever if Rias would forgive him or not. Naruto turned around and began walking through the street of heaven. While being a devil himself, the angels really like him because of his warm personality and based on what Gabriel had said, his heart and soul. Where he passed by, the angel always stopped what they were doing and waved to him with the innocent smile of an angel. Naruto always smiled back to them and greeted the angels that fly past him. Angels were really friendly, but he will be very grateful if they didn't pray in front of him, which always brought him a massive headache whenever one of them prayed. It would make sense that devils would feel pain when they hear someone pray. It must have been annoying Naruto to be in heaven for so long. Onoki said. Suddenly, he felt a familiar signature came near him and smiled. She was one of his favorite people after all. Naruto-sama, wait for me. Gabriel, the most beautiful angel of heaven, flew to Naruto as fast as she could and landed next to him. She just finished a duty her brother had assigned and returned as quickly as possible to be near Naruto. No matter how much time passed by, she never got bored of the purity of his heart and soul. It always brought warmness to her heart whenever she was near him. Sounds similar to someone else we know, Tenten said as she and the Konoha Shinobi all looked towards Hinata as the girl looked away from them and started her old habit of pushing her 2 index fingers together shyly. Maybe Naruto was a devil and a being that completely opposite from her. Gabriel still didn't mind, as long as she could feel his soul whenever she was with him. Our brother had accepted for Gabriel to be with Naruto whenever she wants. Michael himself was really surprised when he felt Naruto's heart and soul. Ah, Gabriel-chan. He smiled tone well, I hope. Yes Naruto-sama. Gabriel nodded her head and flashed him a beautiful smile. I just need to come to a church and give my blessing to a child that will become an exorcist one day. Nothing dangerous. How about your training with Dulio-san? Not pushed him too hard I hope. Yeah. Naruto scratched the back of his head and smiled nervously. Gabriel giggled a little. She always knows Naruto always push the angels that wanted to train with him to the edge and leave them completely exhaustion. Maybe I did it a little too hard this time. Naruto-sama, you should know that not everyone has the same amount of stamina like you. I hope next time you won't leave him too tired like that. Gabriel explained to Naruto. It's true that no one had the same stamina like Naruto. He could fight a whole day without getting tired at all. With the strength and stamina like that, he would fight like a raging storm without worry of tiredness. And he would be unstoppable in another thing that an angel like Gabriel didn't want to think about. Or she would fall immediately. Oh really Tilda, don't even start. Naruto-sama, would you like to eat lunch with me? Gabriel asked innocently, tried to behave like her normal self as normal as possible. Of course Gabriel-chan, let's go. Naruto said excitedly. At another building, Ajuka took off the glass in his eyes and smiled at his work. Finally, everything was done and they can return home. NDXD0000DXDN. 1 week later, Issei Hyodo smiled lecherously as he remembered the event of the past few days. Maybe it sounds crazy for him, but his life had changed ever since Amano Yuma killed him with her light spear. So, that's what that fallen angel we heard about before must have been after. I wonder why that is. Everything suddenly turned upside down. And when everyone didn't remember a thing about her, and it seems that he was the only one remembered. Issei's body had changed a lot since that day. A sudden surge of energy fills his body, which even started to quiver from the adrenaline. Not only that, he felt really strange during the night, the feeling that he never felt before, but when daytime came, the change made him feel sharp pain during the day. Issei Hyodo is a second-year student at Ko Academy and a member of the school's perverted trio, a trio of the most perverted men in the entire student body. "You have got to be kidding me," Tsunade muttered out. In the background everyone could see Jiraiya grinning like a madman as he heard that the boy was a fellow pervert. Issei chose Kuo Academy because he wanted to create his own harem and become the harem king. But the reality was very cruel to Issei. He isn't popular with the opposite gender. The girls looked at him with hatred in their eyes, and only seen him as the one of the pervert trio. "I know how you feel, my boy. Do not let that stop you from achieving your dreams." Bonk. Asterisk. Last night, when he was on his way back home, a man with the same wings as Yuma had thrown another light spear to his stomach and was ready to kill him. The last thing he had remembered was Rias Grimori, the most beautiful girl in his school, has saved him and made the man go away, before the darkness finally took him. And then this morning, when he woke up and thought last night was just a dream, he found himself completely naked, and when he looked to his bed and couldn't believe what or whom he saw sleeping on his bed. Rias Grimori was sleeping on his bed this morning with only her shirt and panties on. And then, when she woke up, she had introduced herself as a devil and his master. "Well, it official. We have found this world's Jiraiya-sama," Shizune said as she saw Tsunade standing over a knocked-out Gama-senin. She also opened a few buttons of her shirt and let him see if he wanted. But when she said those words with a little bitter in her voice and her eyes saddened a little, Issei quickly refused, even though he really wanted to see it. At least this pervert has some sense in him. All the morning at school Issei had dreamed about Rias's chest and couldn't believe how soft it is. But then again, he knew Rias Senpai was a type of girl never wearing jeweler. Why or wears makeup so she could look better. He could see a glint of crimson around her wrist this morning and thought it was a bracelet or something like that. He would ask her later about it. After all, she had said she would come for him later. And then, Kiba Yuto, the common enemy every single male student shares, appeared in his classroom with his charming smile as always and asked for him. Saw Ying that Rias Senpai sent him there to get Issei and brought them to an old school building, where the occult research club was located. And now, he was standing outside the club room and ready to come inside. "Bucho, I have brought him." Kiba knocked on the door and opened it. Issei quickly followed him and comes inside. He looked around the room. There are weird signs and words in every area of the classroom. The floor, the walls and the ceiling are all covered with weird signs. And in the middle of the classroom, which stands out the most, is the circle drawn at the center of the room. It looks like a magic circle that takes up most of the space in this room. Issei began to feel something creepy and weird about it. There are also a couple of sofas and desks in the room. Issei immediately recognized the girl who was sitting on the sofa eating the yukon quietly. "This is Hyodo Issei-kun." Kiba introduced Issei to Kaneko. "Ah, nice to meet you." Kaneko bows her head. "Nice to meet you too." Issei also bow his head. After the greetings, the small white-haired girl continues to eat her yukon. Issei looked at the girl, just like the rumors said. Maybe she is a girl who didn't like to talk much. He thought. "Sha." The sound of water flowing, coming from the back of the room, making Issei turn his head in that direction and realize there is a shower curtain at the back of the room. There was also a shadow on the curtain. It's the shadow of a girl. There is a girl taking a shower. This classroom comes with a shower. The pervert thought inside of his head. Phew. Then there was the sound of the shower stopping. "Bucho, take this." And another voice rang out gently. "Thank you, Akano. How can someone so young be this lecherous?" A questioned as he was starting to get annoyed. With some of the characters in this book. "What a lecherous face," Kaneko said blankly while looking at Issei's reaction. The older boy turned his head to the small girl, but she was just eating her eye. And pretended like she didn't say anything. The curtain opened and Rias stepped out with her hair still wet from the bath. The red hair heiress looked at Issei and smiled. "I'm sorry, I couldn't take a shower last night because I stayed the night at your place, so I took a shower now." Issei nodded his head in understanding and looked behind her. His mouth nearly dropped in shock when he recognized who she is. Himahima Akano. As beautiful as usual with the kind and gentle smile on her face, the one all the student called Yamato Nadeshiko even though she is a student. Akano looked at Issei and saw the shock looked on his face. She giggles quietly and introduced herself. Era. Hello. My name is Himahima Akano. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Akano introduced herself politely with a smile. Her voice sounds fascinating to Issei. Oh, my name is Hyodo Issei. And nice to meet you too. He greeted her back nervously. He couldn't think of a day he would talk to the two great Oni-sama like this. Looks like everyone is here. Hyodo Issei. No, let me call you Issei, okay? Rias said to Issei. Why yes. He nodded. We, the Occult Research Club, welcome you. Ah yes. As a devil, the president of the Occult Research Club welcomes him warmly, making Issei gulped. Wow, she doesn't beat around the bush now does she? Kuritsuchi said with a smirk. Here's your tea. Akano put a tray of teapot and teacup on the table and poured tea to Issei. Ah, thank you. The pervert was sitting on a sofa, and took the as shaking hands and quickly drank it. The taste was really good. The best tea he had ever tasted so far. It tastes good. Era. Thank you very much. Akano started laughing very happily with her usual gunk. Akano, you sit over here as well. Rias motioned her hand to the chair next to her. Yes, Bucho. The black-haired queen nodded her head and sat down next to her king. Then everyone looks at the new servant of Rias Grimori, making him extremely nervous. I will get to the point right away. We are all devils. Rias got straight to the point straight away. She didn't want to overwhelm her pawns or anything, she just wanted him to accept what they are, and what he is now. But looked at the expression on his face, she knew that he didn't believe her. Your expression says that you don't believe what I am saying. Well, that can't be helped. Why? Oh, you did see the man with black wings last night, didn't you? That's a fallen angel. They are former angels who served God, but they are beings who have fallen to hell because they had evil intentions. They are also the enemy of us devils. Rias stopped a little to look at Issei's reaction. The boy seems to be absorbing her information. We, the devils, have been at war with the fallen angels since ancient times. We have been fighting over the possession of the underworld, which is also known as hell in the human world. The underworld is split into two areas, one for the devils and one for fallen angels. The devils form pacts with humans and receive their sacrifices and increase their strength. The fallen angels, on the other hand, control humans to eliminate the devils. At this point the angels come in to destroy these two races on God's orders, which created the three forces. This has been going on since ancient times. No, senpai. That kind of story is hard to take in by a normal student like myself. Are this what members of Occult Research Club doing? Issei asked. The Occult Research Club is just a camouflage. It's my hobby. It's actually a gathering place for us devils. Rias shook her head. This place was just a coating she created to hide her peerage, just like Sona who had the student council behind her back, which actually her own peerage. Sona, who is that again? Kiba asked out loud. I believe that she is Seraphal Leviathan's younger sister Kiba. Shino spoke up as he looked at his teammate. The book also said that she was a member of the student council at their school. So that means that the Grimori and the Sea-Tree clans must share their territories. Kurenai said as she remembered back to the book saying about the fallen angel being in Grimori territory. Amano Yuma. Hearing that name from Rias, Issei opened his eyes in shock and wondered where did his master hear that name. That day, you were on a date with Amano Yuma, right? If you are joking around, then can you please stop now? I don't want to talk about this here, Issei said with a little anger in his voice. Rias looked at the boy and couldn't blame him, suddenly woke up and no one remembered that girl except for him. It would be kind of a shock to the normal people. Then again, Rias knew this boy was a super pervert at school, maybe he too carefree to be stuck in shock. She existed. Rias said that clear to him, making the brown-haired boy's eyes turned wide. Well, it looks like she tried to erase all of the evidence around you. Rias clicked her finger. Akano took a photo and put it on the table. Erase her existence from people's minds. Hiruzen exclaimed. That sounds like our family's jutsu, but much more sophisticated. Ino said as she was interested in the technique. Issei was speechless after seeing who was in that photo. who is none other than Amano Yuma. This girl is, no, this is a fallen angel. She's the same kind as the one that attacked you last night. Rias continued. We had tried to find out what her intent was around a week ago, and found out that night when the fallen angel came in contact with you to accomplish a certain goal. After she accomplished it, she got rid of any record and evidence regarding herself. Goal, yes, to kill you. Issei's mouth dropped in shock, he couldn't believe it. Calm down, Issei, it couldn't be helped. No, you were just unlucky. There are possessors who weren't killed. Rias tried to calm the brown hair pervert down. This will be harder than she thought it would be. Because this was the first time she changed a human, who completely oblivious to the supernatural world into a devil, so the explanation had to be as simple as possible. What do you mean, unlucky? Issei asked and then realized if he was killed that day. How come he was still alive? That day, you went on a date with her and then went to the park, where you were killed with the spear of light. But I'm still alive. More than that, why was I targeted? Issei tried to protest. The reason why she approached you is so she could check if there is a dangerous thing inside you. She must have received a weak response from it. That's why she took her time checking you. Then she confirmed it, that you were a human who possessed a sacred gear. Seeing the confused look on his face, she sighed and motioned Kiba to explain to her, maybe Ishii Knight would do this better than her. She had been a little distracted lately, she don't know why, but every time she remembered about him the bracelet on her wrist was getting warmer and warmer, just like the feeling she felt whenever she was around him 2 years ago. And right now the bracelet was spreading warmness all over her body. You don't think that ease? Kiba asked before trailing off. Listen and maybe we'll find out, Kiba. Hana said as she hushed her brother. Sacred gear is an irregular power that is bestowed to certain humans. For example, most of the people whose names are re-recorded in history are said to be possessors of a sacred gear. They used the power of their sacred gear to record their name in history. Kiba explained to Issei with his usual smile. Presently, there are people who possess sacred gears within their bodies. You know those people who play an important role worldwide. Most of those people possess a sacred gear. Akano nodded her head and continued for the night of Rias. Getting a hold of herself, Rias then continues to explain. Most of the sacred gears have functions that are only used in the human society. But there are exceptional sacred gears that are a threat to us. The devils, and fallen angels. Issei, raise your hand. Do it quickly. Rias urged impatiently, she has to finish this meeting quickly. Seeing the impatient look on her face, Issei quickly raised his hand. Close your eyes and imagine the strongest thing that comes to mind. Strongest being, Son Goku from Dragon Ball. Then imagine it, and imagine that person in a particular pose where he looks the strongest. Rias shook her head at the boys. Imagination, really, it was all he could think about right now. Issei began to think about when Goku fired his Kamehameha. When he looked the strongest, making Issei felt like an idiot himself. Lower your arm slowly and stand up. Rias continued to guide him. The boy got up from the sofa and lowered his arm. Now mimic the pose of that person. You have to imagine it strongly, okay? You cannot hold back. Issei's cheeks reddened at the thought. No, he can't do it. It was too embarrassed to do it at this age. It was a job for a kid, not him. Hurry up and do it. Rias urged him again, this time more forcefully. Damn it, the feeling inside her was getting hotter and hotter, especially around the bracelet. If she ever met him again, she would have to ask him outside of the mark for his teleport and the one-way signal for her to him. What were other things that he had put in this thing? The feeling was driving her crazy now. Why do I have the feeling that Naruto did that on purpose? Kaneko looked at her master and raised an eyebrow in wonder. Her sensitive nose had caught a certain smell was coming from her king. Kamehameha. Issei said it while he had both his opened hands stuck toge the ward at chest height. This is the Kamehameha poses. Seeing the childish pose making Rias calm down a little. But the feeling was still there and become even stronger. Now, open your eyes. In this place which is filled with demonic power, the sacred gear will be able to appear more easily. Issei opened his eyes just like Rias tells me to. Flash, his left arm beginning to glow, and when it died down, his hand had transformed into a gauntlet. It takes a form of a red armored bracer with yellow accents and a green jewel on top of the palm area. However, the fingers aren't covered. What the hell is these? Issei screamed out. He was really shocked. Obviously. What is this? He thought he did a Kamehameha. But instead he got an item on my arm that looks like something Henshin heroes use. That's a sacred gear, and it belongs to you. Once it appears, you can use it anywhere and anytime as you will. Rias explained. The fallen angel, Amano Yuma, saw your sacred gear as a threat and therefore killed you. So how am I alive? You called me when you were on the verge of death. I was summoned through this paper. Rias pulls out a single leaflet. He knows that leaflet. When he was waiting for Yuma at the meeting spot, one of the people giving out leaflets gave him one. It's a leaflet with a magic circle and a catchphrase that reads, "We will grant your wish." He looked at it carefully and realized the magic circle on the leaflet is the same as the big magic circle on the floor. It must have been a teleportation circle then. Like my Horizon, Minato said before he kept reading. This is one of the leaflets we give out. This magic circle is used to summon us devils. These days there aren't many people who would draw this circle to summon us. So we give these leaflets to people who look like they would summon devils. This magic circle is safe and easy to use. That day, one of our families was disguised as a human and was handing them out in the business district. You got it at that time, Issei. After you were attacked by the fallen angel, you called me while you were on the verge of death. You wished so hard that it summoned me. Usually my servants like Kino and the others would be the ones to be summoned. When I was summoned and saw you, I knew right away that you were a sacred gear possessor and that you were attacked by a fallen angel. But there was a problem. Issei, you were on the brink of death. Not just devils, but humans also die if impaled by a fallen angel's spear of light. Issei, you were in that kind of condition. So I decided to save your life. Although, as a devil, Issei, you were reborn as a devil of mine, Rias Grimori's servant. As my servant devil, Rias clicked her finger. At that moment, the wings being sprout from the backs of everyone around him. They're very different from the black wings of fallen angels, their wings was like bat wings to Issei. Let's introduce everyone anew. Yuto. Kiba smiled at me after Rias called his name. My name is Kiba Yuto. As you already know, I'm a second year like you, Hyoto Issei-kun. I'm a devil too. Nice to meet you. First year. Chuju Kaneko. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm a devil too. Kaneko bowed her head to him. My name is Himahima Akano, and I'm in third year. I'm also the vice president of this occult research club. Nice to meet you. Even though I'm like this, I'm also a devil. Yufufu. Akano bowed her head very politely. Lastly, it's Rias, Shinuda. A few more minutes and it would be over. She waves her crimson hair and says it very directly, tried to be as calm as possible. And I'm their master as well as being a devil from the house of Grimori, Rias Grimori. My house holds the rank of a duke. Let's get along from now on, Issei. NDXD0000DXDN. Issei screamed out happily while he was pedaling his bicycle at full throttle. He was on his way to do the first mission. Handing out the leaflets, Rias had explained to him everything he should know about the devil world, and the dream of becoming the harem king is coming nearer and nearer to him. Too excited, Issei screamed out and closed his eyes, his mind was in dreamland. Crash. He crashed straight into something like a wall and flew out of his bicycle and fell head first to the ground. Groaning in pain, Issei tried to get off. If he wasn't a devil, then most likely he would be lost a few teeth right now because of the contact. Oh my. I'm so sorry, are you okay? He heard a male voice above him and looked up. And saw it was a blonde-haired young man. He was really tall, taller than him with electric blue eyes, which looked like it was shining in the night. As that, shish. Don't worry, it was my fault. The young man helps Issei got up with a smile on his face. Ah. Don't worry about it. He smiled. Naruto Uzumaki, a pleasure to meet you. And offered his hand to the brunette. Hyoto Issei. Issei shook his hand, and looked at the blonde up and down. His new eyesight had helped him, saw clearly during the night. Say, you're new here. How come I never saw you before? Yes, I'm just coming here this morning, Naruto said brightly. and took out from his pocket a piece of paper had some kind of address written on it. Do you know where is this place I was looking for? This place for the past 2 hours and couldn't find it. Issei looked at the address and smiled. He knew this street, maybe he could help. Naruto found it. You just have to go straight, and then turned left. Go straight again and then turned right. There you will see a park there, but don't cross it, you just need to turn left again and you will be there. Thank you so much. Naruto patted his shoulder excitedly and ran away while shouting, see you later, Issei-san. But then, Issei caught a glint of crimson around Naruto's wrist when he was using his right hand to wave, and gasped in shock. That bracelet was the same color as Baku's bracelet. It couldn't be. It is. No, Issei shook his head, maybe it was just a coincidence. He looked at his bicycle and gasped again. His bicycle had completely damaged. He looked at the direction Naruto was just running into. There were no way crashed into a human could damage the bicycle like that. NDXD0000DXDN. Rias collapsed instantly when she closed the door of her bedroom. Ha, ha, ha. She breathed hard and tried to take off the bracelet, but her hand was covered in sweat so she couldn't do it properly. Hiya and Tilda, Rias moaned when she finally took the bracelet out of her wrist, but it was too late for her. She had climaxed just by the feeling of it. Climaxed. Jiraiya shot up at the mention of the word. She cursed Naruto for putting something more inside of this bracelet. She cursed Akeno teasing when she found out about her arousing. It wasn't helping when Kaneko tried to help her either. It just made her hotter and hotter. She had tried to control herself in class, while answering all the questions as usual. She had come to the infirmary and pleased herself, but she didn't take the bracelet out. She really needed a cold shower right now. Ha, I knew there was a pervert in that head of his. Way to go, Naruto. Jiraiya shouted out in pride before he was bonked in the head with a frying pan by an angry redhead. Jiraiya, Kushina hissed out as the Sannin gulped. How dare you make my baby boy into a pervert? The people ignored the shouting and sounds of pain behind them as Minato continued. Stripped out L of her school uniform and the panties that she had ruined, Rias stepped inside of the bathroom and let the water flowing down her body. It really helped her, and the warmness inside she had disappeared instantly. After the shower, Rias didn't put on the towel and walked straight to her bedroom to have a nice sleep. After all the events this day, Rias really didn't think she had much energy to watch some more anime or cursing Naruto like she usually do. When she lay on the bed, she picked up the bracelet and hugged it close to her chest, too afraid to feel the same feeling again so she didn't put it on. The red-haired girl slowly dreamed without noticing a lone figure just land on the balcony of her bedroom's window. Naruto looked at his childhood friend and smiled. She had changed so much in 2 years. Yet her sleeping habits still didn't change at all. This morning, the angels had let him return home first, but Ajuka had to stay for a few more weeks to check on his project. Naruto W. as expecting Rias to be the first one to welcome him, with a slap or punch perhaps. But found out Rias no longer stayed at her home. She was living in an apartment near Kuo now, and stayed in Japan till summer vacation comes. Everyone, including Venilana and Graphia, had warned him about Rias' hatred to him, which Naruto didn't feel surprised that much. They said he shouldn't showed himself in front of Rias, or else she would make him disappear immediately. Which no choice left, he had channeled his magical energy into his bracelet all day, hoping that she would know he was thinking about him. Her anger would disappear and Rias would welcome him back. Shaking his head, Naruto guessed watching her from afar was okay for now, and he still had something to do. A lot of magical energy of fallen angels and stray exorcists were roaming around this city. He had to keep a close eye on them to prevent any harm to his friends and the citizens of this city. With a lightly movement, Naruto disappeared into the night. That's this chapter done. So who's next? The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.